Good morning, everybody. How we doing? 1 second. I'm just getting the DD posted here in a moment. It's ding ding. There's the daily. Drill, drill. Save my 85 Cs. All right. Tesla dead now for real? Yeah, Elon came out and said some stupid shit this morning about like he's got a bad feeling about the economy, so he's gonna cut 10% of the workforce or something like that. 5%. We'll see what happens with the stock though. Even though that sounds bad uh, in the media, shareholders like that kind of shit, right? Means more money. Discord should be up and running. Am I muted? Oh shit! Sorry, guys. What does XRT not being on the threshold list mean? It means that for 5 consecutive days, it has failed to meet the reg show requirements. XRT back on the menu means slam jam. It means something. I need my puts to print hard. Are they 0 DTEs? Did anybody see that the SPY just tapped my upper limit from yesterday in after hours? I missed by 3 cents. It hit 1863. Does XRT still have a lot of open interest? Oh yeah. Just because they've sorry, one sec. Just because they've cleared their overdue obligations doesn't mean they've cleared them all. You know, for a long time last year, XRT was not thresholded. XRT cam. I wanted to update you on my neighbor Jimmy's borrowed rake. I told him we would sell this like men, but he said no way will he hold my sinus. Oh boy. What do we even come here if your predictions are off by a whole 3 cents? I don't fucking know. Just find somewhere else. None of us here that have been following Gherkin are disappointed in any downward price action. 100, 90, 80, 75, bring it on. Hey, Vega neutrals moved up, okay? There is some interest coming back into those farther dated calls. Now that the IV is down, we're starting to see that interest for those OPEX calls pick up, which has probably helped raise Vega neutral. This 5-minute chart nonsense is making me sick. This is I apologize, JFresh. You can have that back. All right, I didn't want to upset your tummy while you're flying. How was your keynote speech at the North American Cat Breeders Association? Did it go over well? I saw the competition and I think you're okay. That Turkish Angora was a fat, nasty bitch. Is your GME option chain loading in WeBull? Fidelity isn't loading any expirations on the chain, but only for GME. Yeah, it's here. Yep. We got them all. We got all the goodies. Lots of new litters we're creating this conference. Don't worry, I'll have the house clean by the time you get home. What the fuck are the August calls? I'm getting anxious. Well, calm the fuck down, sir. I think the removal of XRT from the threshold list is kind of interesting, actually. It helps us understand a few things. Why we weren't seeing any significant short interest, why the monthly OPEX period was so active. With yesterday being the FTD date for April OPEX contracts, I think it's pretty interesting that it's also the day that Reg Show XRT is removed from Reg Show. It was added to Reg Show on the December OPEX date. So yeah, it's fell off, right on schedule, I suppose. And it also explains why they were building up so many out of the money puts, even though they apparently had no ability to short the stock. I was down 60K on I told you I didn't trust the fucking price action. I told yesterday I was down 16K on my SPY puts. Sold this morning for 17K net profit. Thanks so much for everything you taught me. I appreciate all the countless hours you spend here with us day in, day out. HD Evo X, congratulations. Also, don't hold your fucking contracts till they're 50% down. But I thought DRSing all 5 of my shares was the cause of the borrow rate increase. Well, I mean, the cause of the borrow rate increase is the non-returning of borrowed shares. In its essence, that is what it is. The reasons for that can vary. Why did it explain the buildup of out of the money puts? Well, they were building out of the money puts because they knew in the future they would have a stronger ability to short, even though they did not have one currently, right? And so they get to buy puts. Well, they're very cheap and the price is higher. And so they're buying those out of the money puts, building up that big downside ramp for when they are going to unlock a greater ability to short the stock. And with the XRT off reg show, I would say that their ability to short us is most definitely back on the table. It doesn't reduce their position. It simply means for the last 5 consecutive days, XRT has not met the listing requirements for reg show thresholding. It doesn't change the fact that they have 300,000 out of the money puts for June. It doesn't mean XRT is not going to go right back on the threshold list after June OPEX. If we promise to stop asking you why they moved the earnings date, will you open the August chain? No. You haven't earned it, a user. Excuse me, sir. I hold the calls down to 100%. Same with puts, just like my father and his father before him. Oh no, the Microsoft puts were a very, very bad idea. That, and then I didn't like pay attention to them, so I never closed them out. $408.20 next SPY downside resistance. 412, first of all, right here where we're at. This range should actually be fairly strong. If we continue to see a sell-off in Tesla, and kind of just a red day everywhere, actually, then this can drop further. But the next downside resistance, I don't know if I have marked here. I have 407.83, but that might not be the only one. Let me check my trading view chart. 1 second. What the fuck is that on Renko candles? Ugh. So there's resistance at 410.20 as well. So this like 412.76 range, and then the next really strong resistance. I don't even think that's right, actually. It should be a little higher. The 410.37, right around there. But why clear XRT now? Maybe they needed to. Having XRT available to be thrown on the threshold list can save their ass, like it did in January of 2021, maybe like it did in November. Does that increase their ability to rug pull hard? Yes. It doesn't mean they've stopped using it or they're not continuing to compound obligations there. They are. Do you see us going down further with 0 DTE calls being sold off? We really need to get down below this like 125 range. I think if the 125 0 DTEs are sold off, that can really kickstart some things. getting the sell off of these 130s was important, but they are carrying kind of a large positive hedge into today. I think their goal ultimately, because they have T+2 to cover that, is to get as many of those contracts to sell off as possible before they actually cover their obligations from gamma exposure. How can XRT be used to save their ass if a share split is announced and a share recall occurs? Because they can burn it again. And by burning, I mean, that's a large part of how they got out of January 2021 was by burning XRT. Remember, XRT went on the threshold list kind of at the top of the January sneeze and stayed on there until March. Where it had a enormous number of fails. It also explains why we've been seeing so many. I think the coolest thing about this is that we see how directly, in hindsight, how directly XRT and GME are tied. You know, we're seeing millions of shares worth of in the money puts get bought before, like, for the last like few days on the Philadelphia exchange right before close. And then, you know, we're seeing XRT cleared off the threshold list a few days later. It's kind of nuts. But I mean, where do you think those shares are going? You see the cycle's ending when the share dividend is issued? It's possible. I remember when you used to read my messages once upon a time. I paper handed my Cornichon status after you ignored me for the 80th time. Oh well. I'm sorry, Dr. Stonklove. What was interesting about November is I think they started covering their obligations way, way, way in advance of the actual run, while not really building up a significant number of them. You know, they started really hammering XRT in October, like at the end of the October FTD period that we were tracking back then. On the same day that the October FTD period ended on the 31st of October, we see utilization in XRT pick up. Entropy in XRT took a dramatic shift, and you know, they just hammered XRT all the way through December 17th. And then as soon as XRT was began the threshold process, we see utilization on borrowable shares for GameStop rocket. That's remained elevated since January 7th. What does this mean? This means we'll likely see utilization on GameStop drop. That doesn't mean the cycles are over by any means. This indicates that XRT isn't just the one we're seeing, but generally the most used. I think so. I think it's absolutely the most, not only used, but abused. It's cool that, you know, we've been tracking this for so long, and to see like that evidence line up is very satisfying. Sorry, we're going down. I'm super groggy and could use a brief reminder of why we think Feb OPEX was avoided, and if XRT's ability to burn again could help them do to do the same for June. Thanks, dude. Kind of huge. I actually think they just rolled. their obligations from February. I think they may have gotten some leniency due to the rule change, at least in their margin requirements, and they didn't cover anything for February, right? Like they covered a very minimal amount for the OPEX period. And they simply just moved those obligations forward to March, rolled them out, covered the gamma exposure from rolling them, and then I think honestly, like they have to cover by MJSD, but they choose to cover on FMAN, right? Does that make sense? So they're covering a month in advance of the rebalancing of the futures contract previously, but technically they can cover at the rebalance of the futures contract. So I think they've always had this ability. They just never used it. It could be that obligations were too high and they didn't want to take the risk. And then, obligations in Feb were lower. And so they were able to compound them all into March and create one big run. But obviously, by creating a big run, you induce more FOMO. And so now we have a lot more interest in GameStop than we did in, the January, February period. More people are buying calls, more people are buying stock, and that's exactly what they don't want. And that's why they, tried to limit those OPEX runs. Do you think May's run last week is due to them getting XRT off the threshold list instead of OPEX? No, I think the excessive volume on the run was due to them getting XRT off of the threshold list. Remember, 5 days ago, 5 trading days ago, was Wednesday the 25th, which is when GameStop began to run for May OPEX, right? And also means that since that day, that first day, there has not been a sufficient number of fails on XRT for it to remain included in the threshold list, right? So Wednesday the 25th was the last day that there was a significant number of fails on XRT. Not yesterday, but Wednesday of last week. So I think that's very telling. And remember, those obligations cycle out, right? So they need to keep it clear for 5 days. No, I'm not less bullish on June. Part of the reason for this could be the yearly rebalance of S&P indices. They may need it off of threshold in order to rebalance. This is the big rebalance, right? This is where like all the new stocks are added and they change, all their positions in the ETFs. The Russell fully rebalances around this time as well. This is when GameStop last year was moved to the Russell 1000. I have a what's up, man? If you just rewind the stream, I covered quite a lot about XRT. I would still, yes. I would advise caution moving into June OPEX. Careful with YOLOs, lots of theta. If the window misses, bail. That kind of thing. I don't think we're going to see price action for June OPEX till July. Well, that would mean that they would have to carry their obligations through an ETF rebalance. And not just XRT. Remember, there's 105 other ETFs, and they all rebalance quarterly. You know, shares showing back up at IBKR. Yeah, they are. They will. This should lower the borrow rate and reduce utilization of GameStop shares. clip that for when something happens. I think I'm going to clip the last few minutes. I'll probably have to edit that though. All right. So we did find some resistance here at 125. That's where we see a lot of 0 DTE calls. These might start to get a little bit spooked. I'm not one to say seriously that crime is the culprit from everything, but ETFs are shady, and ETF share creation should be illegal. I think it should be extremely, not illegal, but extremely limited. And you know, there needs to be more transparency, like far more transparency. There should be like a daily list of how many shares of each company are being pulled out of the ETF. Their positions there shouldn't, you know, since they're just supposed to be there to provide liquidity, not to be able to leverage positions, then we should be able to see exactly what they're providing liquidity for. Like it's an abuse of an allowance that is supposed to, you know, create a fairer market and instead creates a more unfair one. Do you think that their strategy for June OPEX compared to March OPEX is to hit a lower low before OPEX and a lower high when they cover to make it look like it's a dying stock? I mean, yeah. I don't think they care about how high it goes. Remember that most of the peak is driven by FOMO, not them. Their covering is usually over by that point. Most of the peak is driven by that kind of feedback loop that occurs due to gamma exposure, right? So they cover, right? This is them covering, and then that creates GEX, which creates more upside, which causes FOMO, right? Which creates more GEX, which creates more upside. And so until this kind of feedback loop of GEX into FOMO into GEX into FOMO starts to die off up here, then the stock price remains elevated. So that's why we like push up through gamma max and like we can hold up there for a little while before falling back down. But their covering is over, right? Like they've been done covering for several days. Like our March run ran all the way out to April 1st, right? But OPEX covering was done by, you know, March what was it, 23rd, 24th, March 23rd. That's kind of the problem with the ETFs, is that they are self-regulatory and pretty non-transparent, right? So basically, you know, the SEC can go, "Hey, what's wrong with your fund?" And then XRT goes, "Ah, nothing. Looks good." Sorry with this dumb question. Why would someone buy a $200 put expiring today? Over 400 bought so far. They are used to short the stock. Out of the money puts with high delta. Create a negative hedge, negative delta hedge relative to the negative delta of the contract. Especially if they're far dated. I'm sorry, in the money. Tired. In the money puts. $200 is in the money. So by buying these, you get to pay for the privilege of making the MM short the stock for you. The MM has infinite liquidity, so if borrowable shares are very low, you can use in the money puts to drive the price down. Yeah, I really need to drink a lot of coffee this morning. I did not sleep well last night. My air conditioner is not working and it's hot as fuck here. Go AMD. I mean, yes. How high can AMD go? Its next big resistance is at 112. I can't open my fucking windows in my bedroom. They're sealed because somebody like jumped out of a window at some point and now all the windows are sealed. They're just glass. Also, I don't want to get eaten alive by mosquitoes in my sleep. Mosquitoes love me. Couldn't an MM just use their exemptions for 5 days in a row to get something off Reg Show if they wanted to? I mean, MMs can't really carry an exemption that long. That would require that they market long during the process. I mean, that would be a fucking mess. Kangaroos lick their wrists to cool off. Just throwing that out there. Nice try. No, I don't put any flavor in my coffee. The flavor is the coffee. Yeah, I probably need to move. Yeah, Cat's doing good today too. Popped over 220. The next big resistance on Cat is that upper trend, which is, I believe, oh, son of a bitch, it's at like 223 or something. I think it might have broken through that. Hold on. Yeah, change the candles on this. Yeah, so the next big resistance for Caterpillar, because it did break through the upper trend line at 220.83. It's at resistance, it's at a resistance right now at 220.320. The next resistance to the upside, small one, 226. The next big resistance, 229. So a little bit of room to run now that it's broken out again. It's not the worst entry for like 220 and 225 contracts, but again with Caterpillar, you want to. I'm not saying that it's chasing. It's not. There's, it is a breakout. There is a higher price target, but you want a lot of time to realize that Cat can fail its breakouts very quickly, and then it can stagnate for long periods of time before moving back up again. I'm glad I kept half of my 210s. That's, well, a little less than half, but thank God we got that annual meeting price bump. You should just move to one of those scary subway and makeshift apartments. Seems like free real estate. Yeah, I'll pass. I'll pass on that. Any updates on the document storage facility that burned down? What? You mean that thing in Chicago that happened like months ago? How do mosquitoes fly up to the 13th floor? I have no fucking clue. Maybe because they can fly? I mean, it's not that high. What? It's like 140 feet, 150 feet off the ground. And all the buildings on my block are either taller or the same height. So I imagine there's not a lot of crazy wind currents. I know if I open the window in my kitchen that opens that far, then I get, no breeze whatsoever. So move back to Cali, homie. There's no fucking water there. Is it because they have wings? I mean, right? They take the elevator. That's how it crashed. Someone was killing them. What's the odds GME actually has a huge drop today? I mean, we're already down most of what we went up yesterday. That's a pretty big drop. Doesn't Spider-Man protect you from mosquitoes? No, he's pretty useless. He spends most of his time hanging out in alleyways, hanging upside down, waiting for girls to kiss him. No mention of XRT on Superstock. No wonder the answers are always crime. Huh. Weird that there wouldn't be a mention of that there. Are you Spider-Man? No. That's on BBBY OPEX. I know you said most of the FTDs were through ETFs. They are, but BBBY isn't in XRT. So it's unaffected by all of this. It's affected by IWM's cycles and most of the shorting and fails that occur on BBBY are probably through IWM. IWM's like the very liquid ETF that they like to abuse for the Russell 2000. I You can Sasso if you want rewind the stream back to like market open. I talked about it for like 20 minutes. Just like watch it at like 2x speed or something so you catch up. Yeah, I'm not growing any fucking plants. Second trading day after earnings to buy. Is that today or Monday? Monday. Wait, yeah, Monday. Well, it could be both. I don't know how their regulation works on that. Technically, the second trading day extends through market open on Monday, but uh, because the next trading day doesn't begin until the opening bell. Good night, Kirk. Tesla dead. Musk isn't helping. Yeah, he's fucking shit up again. This is why going long or short Tesla is one of the reasons it's so dangerous. Is it's very affected by like social sentiment, which can shift rapidly. With XRT off the reg show list, is the borrow rate expected to go to zero? I don't know if it'll go zero, but it'll go down. I would imagine if they're able to keep XRT off the threshold list through June OPEX, then we'll see it drop much further. Billionaires is for trading picks and overall learning, right? Yeah, that's the point of it. It's just supposed to be separate for like people that really want to learn how to trade and um dig into other stocks that aren't really GameStop. Down 6%. Don't even care. Thanks, Girk, for killing my emotions. One of the top things I've learned here. You're welcome, Jets fans. Thanks, man. XRT, change your expected position for June OPEX. No, not really. I will be prepared to take profit uh a little sooner, but I'm probably going to manage it very similar to the way I managed the March run. Um and I was expecting a rug pull there as well. So, don't we have a Roaring Kitty user that chats here? Yeah. Can Cohen remove Jimmy from XRT? No, not at all. He would have to remove it. He would have to remove it from the uh, consumer discretionary index, which is unlikely unless they completely change what the company does, which they seem to have no intention of doing based on the phone call yesterday. Did anybody else notice they got kind of pissy about the split questions? Any left for dead Kathy Woodstocks like ARKK or Affirm that are so cheap you aren't considering or not yet because we got time on those because of bad macro. I think there's time on them because of bad macro, but I'm in on like I have T-Doc and Affirm leaps that you know we're doing well. How they're doing to now, they're still my T-Doc leaps are still up. Affirm, yeah, like barely in the money. I bought them sub $25, but they're at the strike is at 25. I do think there's time to enter those positions though. I do question if I should have held them or just like taken the profit. Wasn't on the call, elaborate, please. They kind of seemed like frustrated, like the guy who took the question, Mark or whatever the fuck his name is, about the split seemed kind of just like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. He was like agitated by the number of questions regarding the split. It came out that way a little bit. Obviously it's audio, you can't tell, but I think they wanted to split and the price being down really they can't. XRT off reg show equals no chance that this next June run up gets out of control and triggers MOASS. And it reduces the likelihood of that happening. But obviously, you know, OPEXs are a volatile situation for them to handle. And, you know, they could just end up burning XRT again. And, you know, that can lead to, you know, continued price action. It depends on a lot of other factors. GameStop may choose to split while the price is very elevated, right? You know, we trade up to $200 and they're like, yeah, we think this is a reasonable time to split the stock. He's a lawyer. He's probably always busy. Here's the problem though, like, and still most of retail's interest in the stock is they're seeking a short squeeze, right? So think about it. Think about GameStop's prisoner dilemma. If they do something to incentivize a short squeeze, their long-term shareholders will sell. Like if GameStop triggers a squeeze, they're going to lose their investors. Can you explain how the down price affects the split? They don't want to split at prices this low. You know, they announced the intention to split at $180, which is far more reasonable. They, you know, the price of a stock, although irrelevant to the market cap, is still relevant to the way people see value in a company. Institutions may not see it that way, but institutions would be attracted by the liquidity, not the price. Institutions don't want to buy into illiquid stocks. They're volatile. It's risky. They don't take risk. Maybe, but we'll be back when the price is low. So they don't capitalize off the squeeze at all. You see that what that means? Laughing my ass off. I promise I'll buy back in. Trust me, bro. Exactly. Never has a short squeeze on a stock been beneficial to its long-term valuation. Yeah, I don't agree with you, M-Dub. Some Redditors were suggesting with increased authorized shares, perhaps they could initiate another share offering. I mean, they could have done a share offering at any time, so I don't think that's accurate. The increase in authorized shares brought them from 300 million to a billion, right? We currently have shares outstanding of 76 million. So, you know, they had what 224 million shares that they could have done an offering with already this whole time, and they haven't. So I don't think that's that sounds like FUD, basically. The increase in available shares does not encourage a share offering that they couldn't have done already if they wanted to. GameStop can't prevent fake shares. Even if they tally them, it doesn't prevent their existence. What determines the split price? Is it something where they announce it and it becomes whatever the price is after 10 days? It's the closing price on the ex dividend date. Also tough to ascertain because they've said nothing. That's true. They've have you considered that they say little in order to prevent the possibility of a squeeze from happening? What's the price that institutions want to buy at? Sub 50? Currently, they would buy at sub 50. 60, 70. Closer to book. With forward guidance, they would buy higher, but they're not giving that out, right? Companies as large as GameStop want stability, though. Through phases of rework. They don't want massive volatility. No, they don't. I know. I understand how accruing investment capital works. Do you know the best way to shake off the shorts? It's not to trigger a short squeeze. The best way to shake shorts off of your company is to turn them into long-term investors, which means building a company not worth shorting. Short squeezes don't shake off shorts because you shake off the old shorts and then brand new ones all pile in at the top. The opportunity to short the peak of a short squeeze is very, very profitable, right? Jesus H. Christ, what happened? They can't recall their shares. They're a public company. They're not their shares. They're owned publicly. What is a share exactly then? It's representation of ownership of a company. A derivative, if you will. Sejimi is basically a long play. And for those who know how to play the cycles, meaning no short squeeze in the near future. I mean, it's been unlikely for quite some time now. I think we a lot of us, kind of didn't have too much faith in MOASS after the share offering in June because we were right on the cusp of it when they offered shares. And sure, they needed money, but they also, that moment of capitalization probably, and with the mounting obligations that were still riding up all the way into that shareholders meeting, there was, they could have waited. They didn't have to sell the shares to the market so quickly. There were several factors there that, really indicated that GameStop did not want a short squeeze to occur. And the more understanding we have, the more it looks like that. It's not like just something we thought at the time. At the time, there was still some confusion. Resistance on Visa. $213.64. It looks good right now. I'm still in it. I've got a while, but she'll be streaming into your 60s? No. All right, I'm willing to go 75% off some JetBlue calls at this point. Please, anyone. All right, Turd, how much are they? So a slow, steady increase in price is more beneficial to long-term investors by taking out shorts one at a time. Yes. That's not a quote. How likely are we to dip below 120 today? I don't know how much pressure they need to apply today. We could, but they may not need to apply much more than, just the sell-off of zero DTEs. They did apply some pressure this morning, which I think was interesting. So we may see them choose to apply more pressure into the latter half of the day. But they're not going to fight for those 120s yet because they have so long till expiration, right? They're for 617. And then right now their IV is crushing beautifully. IV has slipped. Jesus. I mean, intraday IV has slipped almost 50 points. Um, so if they accelerate the price down, they'll spike IV, which is undesirable. So they don't want it to like flash crash, right? That's bad for them. They want a nice slow bleed down. And they are fighting for that 127 resistance. Remember, there's some strength at 125. So until those long calls give up or capitulate, then we can stay in this range. With XRT off reg show, do you think the limits of the upper limit of Juno pecs will be suppressed? No, not really. We saw an over 100% increase in March. Hold on. I gotta pull up your thing over here. Where the fuck is it? Oh. All right. We saw an over 100% increase in March, but that had more obligations due? No, about the same amount of obligations due currently. And XRT, yes, was still on reg show at the time. We may see a smaller run than March. We may not. We may see the same size run. The amount of obligations currently loaded up on XRT are relatively similar to what they were in March, and they're still increasing by 3 to 5% a day. And given that the put OI is already breaching 300,000, it's pretty significant. I do agree that they didn't play it like Adam Aaron would have. Adam Aaron would have capitalized on that moment to sell his shares for much more if he had had GME investors. Yeah, they didn't. I mean, because there's a difference there. Adam Aaron is dismantling a company, whereas Ryan Cohen is building one. I mean, GameStop wasn't in a short squeeze. That's the problem with that thesis, Nathan. We never really squeezed out the shorts. Like that part is true. Some of them, but not all of them. Not even close. They could. I will say that with increased share lockup due to DRS, they are encouraged to create more liquidity. They can do a stock split, but if the stock split is not sufficient in creating liquidity, they will likely choose to offer shares in order to make their stock liquid. Think how much income CCs would generate at double or triple the current share value. You're right, Kenneth. And if there's one thing I can walk away from all of this teaching people, it's that that they can get that retirement. Just it's going to be a little harder than they thought. I understand you're not a fan, but would you sell your 617.95Cs on CERN before the completion of the sale next week, or wait to see what that brings? I mean, I don't know. I don't have I don't really have any value in them, but it's up to you. It's probably gonna go through. Might be a good opportunity to short Oracle, considering they just bought a company at the peak that would currently be worth, a quarter of what they bought it for. Yeah, no problem, Nautical. I'm a cool boat. Always 420.69. I'm not buying JetBlue calls for 420.69. How do we see options flow of people closing their contracts on shift search, or maybe I can just pull it up here? So you got sold calls leading the pack in negative net delta at 257,072. Bought puts in a close second there. So there's your answer. Looks like they used the tactic of buying in the money puts on these breakouts over or like where we had positive net delta. That seems to be their favorite time to do it. So yeah, but negative net delta on the day, and 111% of our volume from options delta hedging. Capitulation, exactly. Yeah, basically, kind of huge. That's ideal. Oh man, did I just miss a shitload of stuff or no? Okay. Doesn't it appear they're seeking to have the cycles make lower highs at all costs to show the appearance of waning interest? Why do we see a cycle make a higher high, you think? June? I mean, technically March was a higher high. Like the fucking runs from June to March were all, like 40-50% increase, and March was 168% increase in share price or something like that. It was absurd. I mean, I guess if you're just looking at it on a chart, sure. WFG, undervalued calls, stock breaking up. Interesting. I don't like this failure here, turd. I'm not gonna lie. If that pushes down below the EMA 60 here, it's probably gonna fall off pretty hard. I'd be careful with that. It can bounce, but it may not. It does look like it's getting a little support, but there's not enough volume trading to be able to really tell right now. I'd watch it. If it starts to bounce, I'd think about maybe an entry. What metrics are you tracking when you say obligations? We look at direct, like, well, utilization, dark pool utilization on GameStop. Put flow into XRT, ETF flow in the ETFs that we can track. We track entropy on GameStop, which helps give us kind of a big picture of, how much shorting they've done. If you short something a lot, then entropy goes down, and then that has a reverse reaction when those shorts are closed out. Remember, there's still no liquidity in GameStop, so all shorting is essentially synthetic. And when you synthetic short, you're pulling energy out of the system, and that energy you can't destroy it, right? It has to come back. What's your short percentage estimate with swaps and ETF share creation on GMA? I have no idea. I mean, with the swaps, you can't tell. It doesn't matter. None of it. None of the short interest that exists outside of GameStop directly affects GameStop. Those can all be, handled outside. They can be cash settled. They can be, slowly bled off over time. They don't affect the underlying. Accumulated short interest. New short interest obviously affects the underlying. Interesting. I think you drew that trend line in the wrong place, Dork. Are you opening this weekend stream to the pores? Probably not. Am I? Maybe. We'll see. There's not like a lot for GameStop this week, but we are approaching OPEX. I'll think about it. What are your thoughts on the SPY? 4-hour looks decent, but options coming in are bearish as fuck. I think the SPY tested its peak. I think it's going to continue to fall. I mean, that's the strategy, at least I have planned on it. Winter. June 20 is exchange holiday. Are we expecting a T+4 for that week following the OPEX date? T+3, but yeah, it extends through the 24th. Remember, you don't want weeklies anyway, because if it runs hard, you won't be able to capture all of the run with a weekly anyway. Good morning. Have you discussed your thoughts on the Linuxus DD? If not, what are your thoughts? Is it about SLD again? I haven't read it. I assume it's probably about SLD again. I still don't think SLD has a lot of an effect on GameStop's price action, except to the downside. But me and Linuxus have, I think, disagreed on that point for quite some time. I still, usually read his DDs. I didn't know he wrote another one. But I've made far more money off the SPY with his DDs than GameStop. Love the law of thermodynamics. Clip what? What am I clipping? I don't know. Just if you guys can you like message the timestamp for it in the clips channel on the Discord, because I think that one might be too far gone for me to clip it now. Jeremy H, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. Zero GTE calls are dying off. No more buying. Just a matter of time till we drop, since puts are still bought, I think. Yeah. We were a little early, but we weren't wrong. Your Microsoft puts just gained $1. Don't call it a comeback. No, they're dead. They're very, very. I guess I could try to sell them at market price, like a market order. They might fill. Hey, they did. Cool. I got $6 back. Woo! Matt James, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. DM me over on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gert.
Is one GME share at 125 with 15.6 BBBY shares at 8. Relatively. So CCs now. You know, if we break below 125, like that range, I'll probably sell a couple for next. Yeah, I'll probably sell a couple for next week. I don't know. There's a big. You know what? No, I won't. Here's my problem. I'll try to explain this as easily as I can. My problem with selling CCs right now is they're sitting on about $144 million worth of Nave Gex. This carries out for T+2. If they're unsuccessful in dropping the price below 120 today, much of this Gex will carry over into Monday. And so with that sitting there, I don't want that upside risk. Right? So I'd probably wait either until much later today, and I can determine, that the price is continuing down further and further into those puts, or I'll wait for, T+2 to play out before selling any. And that'll do a few things. One, it'll allow me to sell much closer to the money. And also, possibly, if there is T+2 covering, get a higher premium on a slightly elevated IV. I was saying this for a few months. Jimmy put out all this news and hype up buyers. I mean, RC knows the cycles. If they wanted to return money to investors, they would not have sold shares. I agree. Did Microsoft split? No. They just announced reduced expectations for the coming quarter. Is the country club whites only? What? No? What the fuck? JP Morgan publishes a summer reading list every year. And this year, all books on it are available in the metaverse. So I guess they're all in public domain. Oh, cool. Yeah, no problem, Sitting Bull. How much is the Gex if we close at 140? Oh, it would be very high. Do you think this run could be higher if they're building more obligations? I mean, it's possible. We'll know the extent of the run as we approach it based on gamma max, right? Kirk is Persian, definitely not whites only. JP Morgan told me to read Revelations from the Bible. That's probably a bad sign. Yeah. I mean, it serves their interests. Just waiting to get my sub on the monthly bill cycle. I hate bills that are at different times of the month. Fair. JP Morgan also recommended Poor Dad, Poor Dad. Why is everyone all sad? I don't think anyone's sad. Nothing really changed since yesterday. Yes, XRT. The big picture, so what? Exactly. When Piggle Pro esports team? Probably never. Thanks to the stream. Poor sleep due to fear of being drowned by the pool being built above you. No, poor sleep due to my air conditioner not working. That's an SEC video telling all of us that we're idiots for investing in GMA. I mean, did they say that directly? I thought they just said meme stocks. Who cares? I mean, it's a little disconcerting that the regulatory agency for stocks is specifically targeting stocks, regardless of how they label them. So yeah, I feel like there's a lawsuit there, probably. Like, imagine discouraging investors from a particular asset. That's shady as fuck. But dear Gurk, why are we going up when we should be going down? We're just up a little bit. A little volume spike there. Could be a dark pool dump. I'm not seeing the volume increase. I would imagine that the SPY found some support. Yeah. So, a little bit of active fun buying. We'll see how long it lasts. Is that market manipulation? Not necessarily, but it could be, well, maybe. I think a case for damages could definitely be made. It's a civil case. It's not a criminal case. But if I were GameStop, I'd sue the fuck out of them. To be fair, most meme stocks are about investment. Jimmy was the only stock named in the SEC as a meme stock in their report on the Jan sneeze. Thus, it is the only stock they're referring to in the video. I agree. Don't you feel like it's stock discrimination? I do. I think GameStop should sue them. Absolutely. You can do that instead of doing another share offering. It's not true. They wouldn't have a case for it being true. You know, if you bought GameStop a year and a half ago, you're up massively. And the company has consistently reported on, you know, beneficial interest in growth. So you're joking, right? Rocket and Wish are the greatest assets I've ever put my money into. I mean, according to official SEC, Dork is right. According to official SEC documentation, the only stock ever referenced directly by them in a report as a meme stock is GameStop. I think they'd have a pretty good case. I don't know if they'd win it. It's probably pretty hard to sue the SEC and win, but pretty sure hedge funds sue the SEC all the time. Really frequently. I mean, they could literally tie the drop in their stock directly to the release of the SEC video. So the loss of market cap of billions of dollars. If we drop back down to 100 in the next week, like while not necessarily causation, you know, if they can show, you know, ACATS reports that show a lower amount of investor interest in GameStop after the release of the video. Easy case to make, hard one to win. Yeah, I agree. Class action lawsuit greater than MOASS. Sovereign immunity protects the SEC and all regulatory agencies from nearly all claims for money damages. Really? Because I know of several cases of hedge funds suing the SEC for damages. It could open up data in the discovery process, yeah. Salaried employees to be cut 10%. Noteworthy that this will not apply to anyone actually building cars, battery packs, or installing solar. Hourly headcount said to be increasing. Interesting. Well, Elon's lack of confidence in Tesla's future ability to maintain its workforce is causing a steep decline in the price of the stock today. Did you change any settings or replacement? No. I don't think I've really moved my head very much either. I believe it's known in legal terms as a slippy dippy. Tesla just Elon's side hustle to help fund SpaceX? Change my mind. Interesting. That would assume that the price of Tesla is going to go back up to where it was before. It's not worth that much. Me and my 5 shares are really upset. But GME was the focus of the discussion, Clerk. I didn't realize that they listed DDS and AMC, but only the entire report is about GameStop. I mean, there's still a case to be made there regardless. If GME was to split, ideally, we want them to announce it as GME is running on OPEX, GEX, T+2 to make the run harder, right? If GME is to split, ideally, yeah, we would want them to announce it, probably announce it before OPEX, right? So that it occurs during. If GME has grounds to sue, all the others I've listed have a case too. Yeah, they do. That's fair. GME mentioned 153 times, AMC 12 times, the rest only once. I mean, there's no denying that GameStop is the focus. I didn't realize that they listed the other ones, but to be fair, I haven't read that document in shit 5 months. I know 100p are kind of far out of the money. Would you say there's a chance they increase in value faster than the theta decay? It's possible. I mean, they need to go in the money first. Your break even's probably at like 90, 98, 95. It can be hard to hit. Yeah, we're talking about the SEC report. They also released the video at the GME earnings shareholder meeting. That's true. The timing was awkward. you take a look at NYMT? Lots of high frequency trading. And slow climb up. But I don't like it. I think there's way too much upside resistance, even to $4, for it to see any value in the near term, or any significant change in value. I guess if you have a shitload of leverage there, maybe. Like it'll continue up. I mean, there's another resistance a few cents away. USA? What's this company do again? Gas exploration. And it kind of just looks like it's moving with the rest of the sector. It looks good right now. I don't know if it'll break 6, but it could. It's at resistance here at 5. But a breakout at 5 could mean a break of 6. So I could see it pushing up. It looks like a squeeze chase, and you know, most of those obligations probably cleared out over here on the run to 16. Thoughts on BBBY going to around 7? I'm thinking about selling $7 puts. It could happen. It hasn't hit it yet, but you know, what's the worst thing that happens? You fucking get some free premium. 2 weeks. I don't know if it's enough time in the next 2 weeks to get it down sufficiently. So you probably won't fill at 7? Oh shit. That still looks fine. Is this just gonna turn into look at all my tickers for me? I mean, you're chasing super fucking hard. I wouldn't go anywhere fucking near this. Nope, fuck you all. I'm done looking at tickers. Go ask Matt Kors to look at your tickers. I'm sure he'll give you a structured, beautiful analysis. I tried. I tried to keep a straight face. I'm sorry. Isn't that what Matt Kors does? Like super chats for low level technical analysis? Show us a ticker you'd like to play with. I mean, not in public, popcorn trader. hate the stock reviews. It feels like I'm in a horse race. Low level technical analysis. You're far too generous. I mean, he knows how to like draw lines on the screen, I think. Apple down almost 4%. Yeah, it's everything's kind of taking a shit today. What's the SPY at? 410 now. Next week's not looking good for the SPY at all. The stock loves your pickle drawings. It's true. But I don't want it to go up right now. I want it to, like, what if I draw some pickle and it manipulates the stock up? It's the risk is too high. I want the stock to go down so I can buy the stock cheap. We don't want structured, beautiful analysis. We want bitter, snarky zingers on how foolish we are. I see. The findom. Just because I have a sick curiousness, I watch a Mo Money video for the first time in a year. Christ, it was 8 minutes long. I couldn't get through it. Just rambling and selling his portfolio. I need to Photoshop some like piles of cash in my hand and be like, you too can make, you know, all this money in fucking 20 months. Don't stocks go red on Friday anyways? I mean, no, Smooth. That's not how the stock market works. I've been off partying at festivals a while, and I fall out of the loop a bit with what's going on. Looking to enter a position for OPEX. What's your expected low? Somewhere in the $100 range. Hopefully sub 100. Right now I'm watching IV. It dipped pretty hard post earnings, waiting for it to get down into that 100% range. Everything dropping. GME rising from the low an hour ago. I mean, it's still dropping. Oh god, yeah, the pizza fucking that slice of pizza almost killed the stock. Don't stocks go red on no? Draw an upside down pickle. Duh, that's stupid. Pickles, they don't like to be upside down. I drew a line once. It didn't cross go, and definitely didn't collect $200. Are you fucking out of MMAT yet? Coors has more CERN puts than I do. Phil the Shill, sup, bro? What's up, man? Sounds like a bad opening line of an introduction to a girl at the bar at financial related conventions open bar. Wow, that's a very specific description. Would you take a look at my open tickers? If the stock goes down to the $60-$80 range and I buy 5K worth of shares, would that be better for making money, or would one deep in the money option make more? If the stock goes to the 60-80 range and I buy 5K worth of shares, that be better for making money, or would one deep in the money option make more? I mean, one deep in the money option will make profits relative to the increase in price. If you know, if you're buying 5K shares worth of 80, your leverage isn't as significant, right? An option is 100 shares versus, you know, 5K shares at, you know, 60 is, well, less than 100. I don't want to do the math. You said next week has several data points coming in that will be telling for how our economy is doing. What are those? Oh, what do we got coming up next week? Hey, Greg, a year ago you drew a birthday cake for my daughter, Ani. Can she get another slice for her 13th? Thanks for the infotainment. All right, I'll get you one. Happy birthday, Ani. Here we go, the pink candle. One second. All right. I have an in the money 129 put for GME 6/3 expiration. Would you get out now, or do you see more downside the next few hours? This could be the low for the day. It's risky. If we get a lower high here, then we can drop further. But if we come back up relative to the previous peak, yeah, I think we'll move up into the end of the day, or at least just stabilize in this range. So you're looking for a failure here on one of the lower EMAs. A continuous failure of VWAP. If we do, we can slide back down to like 125. Shill bidets. You said next week has several data points. Oh yeah, that's what I was looking up. Bum bum bum. So let's see. Next week we have balance of trade APR. And then next Friday we have inflation rate year over year for May. Core inflation. And the Michigan consumer sentiment report for June. All of those next Friday. I think we also have FOMC meeting at some point next week, right? Oh. No, FOMC is going to be towards the 15th, I think. We'll look at HYMC and tell me exactly how much gold and silver is definitely not there. Lost 3K in Jimmy puts, gained 11K in Tesla puts. Am I doing this right? I mean, you're up, so you're winning. I need you to stream some Elden Ring tonight so I can give you my prime finally. I might stream some TFT tonight. Do pickles have an up? Yeah, I mean towards the stem, right? You could use bar chart, I believe, Agar. I think Fidelity has IV30. TDA has it also. Got kind of lost in the woods on Rumspringa last year. Has anyone written about swaps or ETFs yet? I think this is a new novel topic I can uncover. Oh boy. What's with the deep in the money calls being bought? Oh, they're probably being exercised. That seems to be what's been happening with them. How many? Is it still a large number? It's probably Philadelphia again. I'm just going to keep making this cake more and more elaborate throughout the day. Muggings are avoidable. That's silly. Best YouTuber gift ever. I'm not done with it yet. I'm still thinking. Does options try to take the Greeks into account? Yeah. It was stagnated at 120 forever. Not low enough for a bunch of buy-ins, not high enough to split. How low does the SPY touch today, Gurkstradamus? Ooh. Didn't we already talk about this? Projected downside for this SPY movement, 410.37. After that, 408. It's 408.55 is the next resistance. Then bigger downside leg to 406. Oh, see how this is. So that guy who asked me about his 0 DTE puts, you see how this is trending up? This is what you're looking for as like a signal. If this doesn't fail here, right? If this breaks through and like volume continues to push up above your EMA here and above this like resistance at 128.50, then that would be your signal that we were discussing before. What's your thoughts on BBBY price at the moment? Looking to snag 100 shares. Good time to buy or wait for lower? It's pretty fucking cheap. I mean, you might get it cheaper. You might not. Is that coconut filling in the middle? Coconut buttermilk buttercream frosting. Yes. Ooh. Toasted coconut. Oh, I'm gonna make a cake now. I'm gonna make a chocolate cake with toasted coconut, buttermilk, buttercream frosting. Holy fuck, that would be good. Do you stream your cake baking? No, that's my private time. No, that's not German chocolate. I need to toast some coconut. Yeah, maybe some almond on top. Ooh, what about like a marzipan layer? Fuck. Hold on, hear me out. Yeah, German chocolate's like sugar coconut sauce with nuts. Hazelnut over almond. Interesting. As a Pam layer. I'm here for the cake. Chantilly cream. No, I don't want that. That's you because it's so cloying and soft. Like you need like texture and structure around it, which a cake doesn't give. That's why it's so good in like an eclair because you have that like the crunch from the pastry, little bit of crunch from the pastry. You have that dry, like not so sweet layer that helps balance it. It's an almond farming family. Get that almond fud out of here. There was no almond fud. Doing a little bit of volume here, which is kind of exciting. First time watching the stream, could you explain what kind of Dorian Gray black magic you use to somehow get even more ruggedly handsome every stream? Cheers to you, the second best trader of our generation. Thank you so much, Pterodactyl. I can't actually. It's like you said, just black magic. What we do is we harvest the husks of failed options contracts and then rub them over the face. You know, always moving out. Always you want to dip your face into them, and then it's really the best way to handle it. Inversing the spy over here. Yeah, a little bit. We're seeing a lot of blocks come in, and I'm getting the feeling that what we're seeing is still continued in the money call buying. And still so much blood to recover. The fear of Freg's Day should always be fresh in your mind, Lawrence of Arabia. What is Freg's Day? If you didn't live through it, you don't want to know. Why didn't you just lead with the real life losses instead of discussing your paper trading account? I need like a poster for Freg's Day that we can share when people get too bullish. Was Freg's Day March 10th of last year? No. It was November 24th. I still wake up with nightmares and cold sweats about Freg's Day. It always involves a large pickle inserted into places I can't discuss in a family stream. So I lost about 8K, tried to buy back in at the bottom, and got creamed some more. I got in heavily before Freg's Day, and on Freg's Day I was driving for a work thing. I missed all the action, but I listened to your stream at least. Thanks, Spider. Is there a June OPEX DD coming up? I mean, it'd probably be similar to other OPEX DDs, but yeah, I'll probably write something about it ahead of time. It'll depend on how much motivation I have to write about it after talking about it every single day since March OPEX. Do you have any CCs outstanding? I don't have any CCs out right now. Can I borrow 25K so I can day trade? No. Greg's Day, it was the time where I discovered options and turned $3,000 into $27 and legitimately called my work benefits panic hotline. Yeah, but then you just did it again. Appreciate you big time, brother. Quick question: is XRT being off threshold indicate we are fully in the cycle? They can confidently crush the price next week before June OPEX. We'll see. They still have a lot of shares to return on GME, if that's their intention. Freg's Day less than Bastille Day. It's true. Freg's Day was the day I lost like 35,000, but felt smug because I had Febs. Is it reasonable to be more weighted towards BBBY than GME for OPEX since BBBY contracts were so cheap right now? Yeah, the contracts are very cheap there. I mean, their IV's still very high, but really you're just paying for less potential delta. So I don't think the contracts are like potentially more profitable than GameStop contracts. This a bull flag? Yeah. The great thing about BBY is you can play weeklies and not lose that much money, yet scratch the itch. What? You can't, there's not enough price movement to play weeklies. No, I don't want your double wide in the Ozarks. Thanks, deep fried donut. You still have your puts? Yeah. Yeah, I know we're going against the SPY. Hmm. This could be them covering gamma exposure from yesterday. I don't think there's a lot of active fund pressure right now, right? The SPY's still dropping. You can do it, Jimmy. Full bull looped 69 times. Why, Girk? Why is it going up? It's very volatile right now, windmill. I was hoping for 106 today. Why doesn't the market do exactly what I want? Well, we knew it was going to break out when it crossed right here, right? So this is the breakout. Enjoy it while it lasts. Do you like jazz? It's okay. I don't like listening to it for long periods of time. You didn't DM me anything. And then I don't know why you bought VXX $90 calls. No, their puts are still in place. Let's look. Yep. That delta is still very, very negative. Would buying 132 C's on GME be a terrible idea? I don't know. I just bought some. They're up like 25%. Have put positions increased? Yeah. Yes, they have. But so has call selling. It doesn't kill them. They just keep averaging them down, right? I don't know. Maybe there's, I mean, there could be somebody interested in keeping gamma exposure up into next week. Why are we running? We're still negative on the day. Sometimes somebody has a bunch of 130 calls that they want to sell for a profit. I know it's crazy to think about. But June 130 are down 200 at 132. What? June 130 are down 200 at 132? That's weird. Did you buy them like June 17? 130s? You must have bought them at a higher premium? Maybe you bought them at increased IV. Did you buy them before earnings? That's why. Don't chase. Ooh. Now that's interesting. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. We got a nice fill on those. Um, Hold on.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I
They
can
might
be
be trying to fill the gap.
like. I can be green, I can be red, I
Which
can
will
be
put us at
upside, I can be
134 potentially.
I can be anything you like. I can be green,
That'd be
I can be
interesting.
red, I
I
can
usually
be
don't push this hard for that.
I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you
Are they
like.
dumping internalization from yesterday? That's possible. Yeah, there's a lot of OTC orders coming in right now.
I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent.
What are you looking for to close out your puts? Them to go in the money?
Anything you like.
The cat drop? Oh. Huh. That's weird. Can you quickly explain what dumping internalization means? It means they take all of the buy orders that they haven't allowed print to the market and dump them. Yeah, this doesn't look like something they're doing. Because, yeah, I see the in the money puts. So it looks like they're trying to push back against it. Executive Order 69. How much relative volume should we be expecting from the Delta hedge? Or the Knave Gex, rather? Hold on. Let me do the math. It's like 12.4 million. Times, what was our increase in price yesterday? $12? Divided by the average share price today, which is 128.50. So they need to buy about 1.1 million shares today. This is impressive. Just MOASS. Buy some calls a little higher. Love it when they run it on a Friday. It definitely feels like a chase, but Gamma Max is at like 150, right? Something like that. Where we got Gamma Max at? Yeah, Gamma Max is at 150. Ah. There's Gex. It's the only thing I can really think of. Or someone's just buying the fucking stock. It looks like Gex because so much of it's OTC orders, but it's hard to say. And I really don't think internalization was that high for them to dump it. Like, internalization's been pretty low the last couple of days. It's not the fucking executive order. Go away. Ah, this surprise executive order that, you know, they knew about for a year. What a shocker. Either Gex or a DFE tweet, and I don't see a DFE tweet. I wasn't paying. Was anybody paying attention to our volume right before it started to run? Were we at 900,000? Well, Gex for today was like 1.1 million shares. So if this is gamma exposure covering, why so early though? I mean, I'll need time for the data to update to figure out what caused it. Sold puts jumped. Oh, they might be closing out 0 DTE puts. That's possible. Those are bought. June 128, 120. Third. 120, 135. Okay, so it looks like they're selling out of June 3rd in the money puts. 130, 135s, 128s, and 120s. The 120s are out of the money though. So this might just be the market maker dropping the put hedge. Yeah, that might be across the basket. I just earned $1,000 in like 10 seconds. Yeah, that wasn't bad, right? $600 for 1,000. What did that mean they expected to go up? No, because they're expiring today. I mean, it looks like they were shed on this run up. So either they shed them because the price was going up, or they shed them because they're going to expire. But it looks like they started shedding with the 135s about 10 minutes ago. Oh, so I guess, well, actually, that's 25 minutes ago because of when the report data comes in. What's the significance of the title? XRT was removed from the reg show threshold list today. Does that mean it moved back down relatively quickly? Not necessarily. If the rest of the 0 DTE calls get sold off, sure, but that'll really depend here on this test. If we stay above the EMA 30, people might just FOMO into more 0 DTs. What about the 0 DTE 200p? Will they exercise? Probably. Yeah, this is probably a good opportunity to average down puts. I averaged a couple down at 125, so I think I'd average these down too if I didn't just blow all my settled cash on 0 DTEs. You don't like midday $10 runs? Oh, nice, Gregorius. Kirk's one of us. It's my own fault for never, like, properly funding this account. How many in the money calls did you just buy? I bought them on the run up, but I bought what, 5? Like 3 and 2? Or no, I bought 3 and then 3 and then 2. I don't understand what effect being removed from the threshold list has on XRT GMA. Well, it means they can put it back on the threshold list again, which allows them to diffuse obligations in the next run. They could use it to short either way, that didn't matter. But the potential to reg show it and offset FTD's 13 days is valuable for them, especially if we're going to run hard in June. This looks very similar to the May 25, June 8 run, exact same time last year. No, not really. I mean, I guess an argument could be made for that. That was kind of just straight up, though. There wasn't really like a lot of downside to that run. Pick DMs. 150k in a few minutes of stock buying. Ooh. Yeah, so that's just some straight up buying, right? That's interesting. Loads of July 15th and the money puts being bought. They're gonna push it back down. Or try. I'd say it's more likely insiders than it is Pulte. Aren't they allowed to buy today? It could just be the market maker buying shares too. There's no way to tell who. Do you have the floor trades for those, or the time and sales for those turd? So isn't it obvious they're gonna reg show XRT in June to rug pull the shit out of us once we touch Gamma Max? That's not really when they reg show XRT. They reg show XRT to diffuse obligations. They didn't reg show XRT in November. It got reg showed in December. They started using it heavily in October. With insider bobbing, why did Bobby run with it? Yeah, I don't think it was. I said it could be. I think it's more likely gamma exposure, given how much they had due today. Or just price action propagated by put selling. Crazy volatile if that's the case, though. Do you think shorts will be successful in dropping the price a bit next week, or more flat until June OPEX? I mean, they still have their far dated puts. They bought more of them on this run, so. Where can I find out what OPEX is? Check out my DD wiking off for OPEX. I think I go into it pretty in depth there. Odd data point. Had 11 cover calls at 100 due to expire today. Assigned earlier. Was planning on rolling this PM prior to market close. As always, assignment is possible. Surprised to see it. Curious as to why they wanted the shares. Interesting. That's that's odd. Like intraday, you had them assigned, or were they assigned last night? If they were assigned last night, that makes sense. They were pretty deep in the money. Is controlling the price to max pain no longer a thing? It was never a thing. Max pain just moves relative to the change in price. So you should theoretically always close at max pain, but max pain moves up with the price and down with the price. It's not like static. Your visualization of it is static. Things like gamma neutral and delta neutral are far more important than max pain. CDMs, they really panicked on that bump. I mean, they hit the price pretty fucking hard. Holy shit. But they also, you know what? They also closed out their zero DTE puts. So it's possible that they just closed out their zero DTs and used the capital from those to buy into the in the money puts. Like flipping their position from kind of neutral to very short. Do you have a video from when you went through the paper on XRT and how it's being used to acquire leverage? Probably. I think I do. Some would call it rolling options. Sort of, yeah. Look at the timestamp. Those are about just prior to the bump. Yeah, I think they bought those in order to like shift the net delta in their favor before they dumped their zero DTE puts. They have quite a lot of the zero DTE puts, so I don't know if we're gonna break up to the same level again. No, I haven't used the GameStop wallet. I'm sure it's very cool. Price is fake. It's on a fractal algorithm. Yeah, that's not accurate. June 17, 150 calls at 7.7 KOI. Nice. Looks like people loading up early for not the right date. Robinhood options buy and sells frozen for me right now. Try just like reloading the app. Has he been back yet? Yeah, he came back several times. He got banned eventually because he was going on about like boosting his immune system through licking toilet seats instead of being vaccinated or something. I don't know. It just got tiresome. Why would I hook up with my crazy neighbor? It's crazy. I wonder how many posts have been made on Superstock because someone didn't like refresh their app. Like they just opened it and saw something and they're like, ah, I need to tell everyone about this. Kirk's neighbor. I'm not crazy. He said she's an Instagram model though. So it's like, you know, you have crazy and hot, right? But the curve is exponential. Like she's way crazier than she is hot, you know? No, Amber Heard is like you have the crazy hot scale, and then Amber Heard is kind of here. Bullish. You do a graph on GME tips. Other side of the line. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't know. I don't remember which axis, which way I labeled the axes. You're crazy hot. Thanks, skin tight pants. Did she actually accidentally get her pineapple pizza delivered to your house, and that's how you came to this crazy conclusion? That's not crazy. I think it's the screaming at her cat at 4 a.m. that's the crazy part. Is this the negative beta everyone's talking about? Sure. Why are 617 puts going up with this run? Yeah, IV bump. More obligations due this OPEX compared to the last run? Yes. It would appear that way. Can you hear what is actually being said to her cat? Yes. $483 end of day. Hope so. If we hit it, I'll be very rich. Why at the money puts are way cheaper than at the money calls? Because the price is moving up, so the skew is bullish. Why up today? I don't know. It could be gamma exposure. Although it does look like someone's just buying the stock. I think she sleeps all day, so I don't really have to worry about her hearing what I say about her. But yeah, she probably could if she were to listen. It's more like conversations about like disappointing mommy and how, you know, if the cat really loved her, he wouldn't be so cruel and things like that. It's crazy because she doesn't even own it. There is actually a cat. There's a cat. I'm pretty sure he's forced to wear tiny rubber boots around the house because he was scratching up the furniture, and there was like a whole fight about getting the rubber boots on him. Probably just doing webcam shows. Call PETA. Why? So they can stand outside my apartment and protest? You know, it's when I first moved in, she had like a boyfriend. She was pretty normal. So I don't know what happened after that. He left in like the middle of the night with a suitcase. No, I don't think they are. Definitely not Bull Mayo guy. These option prices are whack. You have a secret camera or something installed? No. I have like a ring on my front door that like sends me images when people go past it, which is kind of fucking annoying actually. I'm not thinking of PETA at all. I think he's thinking of ASPCA. I'm well aware that PETA does not save animals from abusive situations. She used witchcraft to turn her boyfriend into a cat and forced him to wear tiny boots inside. Here's the deal. I think the cat's name is now the ex-boyfriend's name. Right? Like, I think the cat has been renamed and is now in the place. Like, that's my thesis. I don't know if it's accurate. It's a bare thesis. I would buy puts on that whole situation. The problem is I just want my landlord to install a thicker wall between our two apartments so I can sleep at night. And they seem very unmotivated to do that given how much more her rent is than mine, which they were pretty direct about. They were like, yeah, we're not going to address your issue because she pays a lot of money to live here. And I was like, well, hear me out. Yeah, but now I don't sleep even more, which is not good. Because the little bit of sleep I used to get was important. I don't think that's how soundproofing works. I have a very loud fan that I purchased. It helps a bit. There, I think what happened is like at some point, like her apartment's over on the front side of the building, like this. And then my apartment's here. And this is like where the bedroom is, right? And I think this used to just be one big fucking apartment. And so the wall that they've erected to divide the two units is like paper mache. I'm also pretty sure that the other side of that wall is her bedroom. Like that front half. Nice intraday cup and handle forming. Speaking of bitch, wear earbuds and how do you sleep with earbuds in? I can't do that. And melatonin will knock me out and I'll miss the stream. That's fucking weird, man. I'm not doing that. Thanks, Carl. I don't listen to ASMR. I don't really like tea very much. Yes, I've heard of magnesium. Yeah, I've repeatedly asked her to shut the fuck up at night. Initially, very nicely. Here's the problem. My rent's like $3,500 a month. I don't want to pay $3,500 a month for an apartment I can't fucking sleep in. No New York code stating you need a firewall or such between apartments. You think New York building codes are enforced? Landlords, like building owners and management companies, do whatever they can to break up apartments into as many illegal units as they can feasibly rent. Here's why we're still going up instead of getting shorted down. We'll see. Bribe a building inspector. Interesting. Maybe attach a foam board, not permanently. Interesting. Cheat me sourced to $2,200 a share. This is why we buy houses. How many square feet for 3,500 a month? I think it's technically supposed to be 1,100, but the usable square footage is probably around like 980. Yeah, if I wanted to live somewhere terrible, I could spend less money. I understand that. Yep, they still have a bunch of pets. Bose sleep buds? No, I haven't. That's interesting. I've been getting slaughtered on basically every move that makes I make the past 2 weeks. Anyway, you can give me some not financial advice. Buy time and be careful. Also, stop freaking out and panicking out of your positions. If you have a thesis, buy time for it to be realized and wait it out. Being flighty is not a good personality trait for trading. I've been to Detroit once. What makes you think JFresh is properly trained? Yeah, I'm in Manhattan. My garage bar is still available to you for $150 a month. Just saying. Also, check your DMs. It's important, I promise. Oh, you goddamn. Another video? I'll watch it later. I mean, yes, B-Jets. When XRT get put on the threshold from the boofing the quarterly rebalance in December, wouldn't that mean they can boof June and kick it out into the following rebalance in September now that XRT is off the threshold list? No, XRT got boofed because they were compounding FTDs in it. The threshold list has nothing to do with the like obligations in the options chain, right? It's just the number of fails. Kombucha. Ooh. Ultra soft foam earplugs. Just, see, I hate those fucking things. I don't want to put those in my ears. It drives me insane. When I breathe, I can like feels like pressure in my head. I don't like earbuds either. That's why I bought these like sweet open back headphones. Oh, Moonwind's typing shit in caps. He's panicking again. Eat a Simon at 120 this week or roll to 120 next week. Are we going to finish the day above 120? All right, that's up to you, man. I'd probably roll because you're definitely going to get assigned. But it's like... I thought that was like your whole thing. You're like, I'm going to get assigned and then I'm just going to wheel GameStop. Both sleep pods only work with the Bose app. So you can't just like... Damn. That's annoying. So you can't listen to like whatever you want on them? I also sleep on my side, so sleeping with like things in my ears can get weird. They don't have the pressure issue due to design. Oh, interesting. I'm not panicking. This is my regular speaking voice. You're panicking. Don't bullshit me. It's okay. Everyone can see you doing it, and that's what matters. You shouldn't give kids melatonin. It's really bad for them. You're gonna fuck up their sleep cycles. I know how to solve the cat problem. You have to get JFresh to visit your neighbor's cat and teach it how to lose money on options. I don't want a pair of whatever Dan buds are. Thanks, though. Where do you draw the line between have a thesis and write it out? Stop loss is smart at X. That's a good question. I suppose that's depends on what you're trading. For all my other trades, you know, I have stop loss is smart at X. But for GameStop, I mean, it's far too volatile for that. I've had options that, 12x that were down 80% on GameStop. You shouldn't give kids underscore new to child expert gherkin it. Exactly. Doesn't this upside mean more Gex and T+2? I mean, we're only up $1 on the day, so no, not really. A little bit, but not much. I got a little too addicted to BBBY, and now I have 5,000 shares at $11 average. Easy double money hodl. Damn, that's a big position. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to hold for a higher price point. Good average though. I mean, you're not even down very much right now. I have 6,600 at 1974. Ugh. It's gonna take me a while to average them down. I don't know anything about his new startup fund. You could try to CSP next week, OG, or like sell a CSP today for next week, maybe, depending on like where we close the day out. At least my moldy old apartment was fucking quiet. I'm just waiting for IV to drop, which isn't going to happen today now. The problem with BBBY right now is you can't sell CCs far enough out to like make any decent money on them. Because you can't sell out past June, right? And then the fucking the June 10s are like, where is it? This is the wrong chain. 1 second. The June 10s, unless you sell them like at the money, even at the money, they're fucking like $3. Oh, that's June 3rd. June 10. $32 a contract. Like it's not even worth it. Even if you sold them for the 17th, it's basically not worth it. Like $23. If you could sell them further out, then it wouldn't be so bad, but yeah, it's just kind of like shit right now. So you gotta wait for OPEX. I'm gonna sell a fuck ton of cover calls on OPEX. Go DDS. I wonder if I should cut my shares here. Like, I think it can hit 125, but it might not. It's kind of broken this, like, 308 resistance, though. Hmm. There's just really not a lot of significant resistance to the upside here. Maybe DDS is going to squeeze. Trigger the whole basket. What do you think about that comment from Lenixus on the GME options chain potentially becoming illiquid if the price moves up significantly? Oh, I think it absolutely will become illiquid. I mean, at that point, they'd want to split the stock, right? I mean, I just snagged some GME at 138.10. Well done. You need sub 120 close to avoid Gex on Monday, right? No. Gex is going to be recalculated for today, going into Monday. And today we're up $1. XRT off threshold. All right, pack it up. Nothing to see here. Party over. XRT was off threshold most of last year. That's fine. I mean, they need to get it off threshold before the S&P yearly rebalance, right? Doesn't mean it can't go right back on the threshold list, Gaff. Thanks, vacation time. Well, my June 17 120p's print. I hope so. If they don't, they're... I mean, I bought them to protect the downside. I'm noodling on what to do about 0 DTE 135 CCs. I mean, you're not getting assigned right now. Do you think the actual price action has an effect on June OPEX in a negative way? No. I want to tell you something. I find the stock market incredibly easy to understand, but immeasurably boring. Thank you for making the learning of the asinine boring stuff tolerable. I appreciate it. Sure. With XRT getting off reg show, I bet we see shares start to get returned and rates drop. That's probable. Would buying BBBY calls for OPEX be a good idea right now, or am I going to get eaten alive by Theta? I mean, if you buy them far enough out, it shouldn't be that painful. That was my plan, but I kind of want to hold on as long as possible to abuse my low cost basis. Fair. All right, I want to find something to eat. 1 second. Hello. Dip dip potato chip. If you wanted to dip, just buy calls. The SEC told me not to buy GME. Interesting. Did someone say their put slide was expiring worthless? Aren't their puts far dated? Yeah, they are. Yeah, I'm still not selling CCs. I don't think anyone sold anything. What the fuck are you talking about, Salik? Look at these. Look at this asshole of GameStop's like 8 positive earnings calls. This is the one he chooses to be like, ah, look how right I was. What a dumbass. You're ignoring me. I'll continue to chug and remove an article of clothing each time until you watch one of my chugs. You have been warned. Don't threaten me with a good time, Darth. Zero DT puts got closed out. Yep, still not buying anything for OPEX yet. Half are saying it's bullish, half are saying it's bearish. It's probably good for their revenue moving forward. I'm not watching till Darth boofs a White Claw. I was at some store the other day and they had like a White Claw silicone holding clip for when you're in the shower. Like, do you really need to bring your White Claw into the shower with you? You can't polish that shit off before you go in? No laws when you're drinking claws. I mean, there are. You just choose to ignore them. I feel bad. The girl I like doesn't like me back. How do I overcome this? Like a different girl? Have a Zima in the shower on me. Street Fighter 6 was announced yesterday. Please rate your hype on a scale of re to re. I already fucking ordered a fight stick. I picked up some booze yesterday while I was out. I got here, whiskey, guys. Hold on. How's this one? It's like it seemed cheap, but I'm hoping it's like a nice daily drinker. I wanted to get Japanese whiskey, but they didn't have any. No, it's not just a box. It's actually like a bottle. It's Lagavulin. I've never had it. I've never had their 8-year. Yeah, it seems young. It does. Chug it. Well, I wanted to go with something younger because I wanted a lighter taste. But frankly, I don't know that much about whiskey. I'm not chugging anything. Could we have a girl advice segment going forward? I think your advices and experience may prove invaluable here. I don't think this stream needs to get any weirder. Pizza and Oreos yesterday, ice cream bar and whiskey today. You were living, bro. I know. Yeah, so usually for my daily, I'll buy like Nika or Hibiki, and they were out. So the guy at the store was like, "Oh, you should try this 8-year," and I was like, "I don't know, man." And he was like, "No, no, you should try it. It's very similar." And I think he's full of shit. I don't drink whiskey daily. I actually rarely drink it. I know misophonia is my problem, not yours. Can you get an alarm sound or song when you're about to eat on stream? Getting really expensive, replacing my daughter's cat each lunchtime. Sorry. What did the bottle cost in New York City? I think it was like $70. That's not a lot. I like gin a lot too. I usually, like, if I drink vodka. Because I want my alcoholic beverages to taste like whatever they're mixed with. My favorite gin's probably Hendrix. Just admit, I just said that I like basic white girl drinks. They're my favorite. White girls know how to get down. Nobody gets drunker than a white girl. Preach. Except my dad. You haven't drank with Hispanic women? Oh, I have. But they get like very down to earth the drunker they get. Like they want to have very serious conversations about your future and stuff. Hypothesis about move up today. Early Gex covering. I mean, it looks like some Gex covering combined with some selling off of 0DT puts. Given the number of in the money puts they purchased today, I would have expected it not to rise so much. There's some buying going on too. Not a lot, but some. Oh yeah, absolutely a vacuous generalization. They taught me that drinking in a night is a sprint, not a marathon. You would be, Moonwind. You probably spend your weekends at breweries in like the industrial part of town with your friends and their girlfriends. Ugh. Wearing button-down shirts and khaki shorts. Talking about the body on your IPA. You're everything I hate, Moon. You just described every brewery in NorCal. Do me, do me. Listen, if your friends ever try to drag you to an industrial park to get wasted, you need new friends. They've gotten too old and they're not fun anymore. If the exciting item on your agenda for the weekend is a new brewery opened up, maybe explore hard drugs. Anything to kick it up a notch at that point. But when I do leave my apartment, Darth, shit gets weird, all right? What you don't know is that I don't leave my apartment because I'm still recovering from the last time I left my apartment. There's a reason I'm banned from TGI Fridays. And that's not because I asked them what they had on tap. That's true. You sent us messages from that time you had too much to drink at a friend's place. Did I? Oh, that can't be good. Is that another way of saying house arrest? No. Come to LA and let's party hard. Hmm. European techno swingers festivals. What is a European techno swinger? I also don't leave your apartment, so you can please go get some more Cheetos on your next Instacart order. The Big Puffy original kind. First of all, if you're gonna choose a corn puff, that you've chosen the right one. Sure. Thanks, man. You ever bumped into Lou from Wall Street? No. No, I don't spend a lot of my time walking around Central Park talking to my phone. Yeah, I've been to Santa Barbara. That's amazing. What did the hieroglyphics say, Petzel? Did you move to New York for better order execution? I just moved here so I could front run you. I just figured out why Gherkin never shows us his calves. He is on house arrest and doesn't want us to see his ankle monitor. Oh no. Don't punch down. But it's so easy. You rode today? I mean, yeah. I missed the past 2 hours because of dog walking. Like as a profession, or you just walked your dog for 2 hours? What happened with the price? It went up. Do you think we could break 140? Gamma Max is 150. I have an AI that automatically sells all of my GME positions when you say, oh no. Don't do that again. Whoops. Have you ever been pranked by the Impractical Jokers? No. Spy 500 end of year? You're really gonna ask that every day, aren't you? Ooh, I wonder if my food's ready. I'll be right back. See you again. I'm gonna eat a bunch more food. What are your expectations for next week's price action? Well, I hope we move down and I can buy some calls at a lower IV. Okay, those both came in at the same time. Give me a second. Hey, Gerg, this is a recipe you asked for. 1 large can of peaches, 1 large jar of maraschino cherries, sugar from the top of the guard's donuts, a loaf or 2 of bread, toilet sink combo half full. Thanks, man. And how do you distill? Same like Sunday sangria? Tracking data on Pi-Fi's ankle monitor has allowed law enforcement to track him to his newest hideout, a filthy old RV with a crazy lady and a cat inside and a kiddie pool on top. All right, new chug. Pants are off now. White girls are the drunkest girk. 6/3/2022. Watch or my socks are next. After that, I only have one article left. That's on you, Darth. Warn them, Girk. Warn them. My stupid position cat 220 calls I bought a month ago while Ivy was high. Now need to hit like 226 just to break fucking even. Tell them, Girk. Tell them. Theta drums in the deep. They are coming. Yeah, Theta's great, guys. That's Pruno, not sangria. Sounds like sangria. Some 180, 185, 0 DT puts just bought. Cool. Yeah, I saw the deep in the money calls, Ryan. I have a framed picture of you drinking out of that water bottle right next to my bed. Nice. Are they losing money on puts at this point? I mean, they haven't sold. Hmm. Are those calls sold today to tank the price next week? They might be being sold to lower IV. I think they mean you haven't capitulated. They haven't capitulated. I'm trying not to use the word capitulate anymore because it confuses people and then they get angry. Frustrated and angry. Since everyone is idol worshiping right now, I should probably add my 2 cents. I just want you to know that me and many others are watching you while pooping. I presumed everyone was watching me while pooping. Wait, are you guys actually doing your jobs? I just, like, didn't everyone go to HR and explain they have irritable bowel syndrome and then just trade on the toilet all day? Do you order your girly drinks out in public? Absolutely. I was hit on it. I was once heavily hit on by a man for ordering a fuzzy navel at a bowling alley. But then again, I get where he was coming from. Maybe it was like a signal. I'm playing video games and listening to you while working from home. I've taken 4 work poops today. Hurtful full beef. Hey, Gurk. I recently moved in with a girl. She's hot but crazy, and she's making me wear rubber boots because I scratched up the furniture. Any advice? Jump out the window. You should always land on your feet if you're a cat. Get in the elevator. You want a cheaper entry for OPEX, but the shorts are not pushing down. Be the change you want to see in the world and buy 100 million deep in the money puts. Thanks. I don't have that kind of money. Hmm. Is this the price action you expected for today? It's not outside of the range of expectations. I wouldn't have expected us to run up this much from gamma exposure, though, given where we opened. Like the top was kind of high, and there was some buying that came in through this period, like just block orders. Um, I think it'll really depend where we close the day. If they can get this resolved and we sink back down to that 126 level into close, I think they're right on track. If the price action remains elevated, that's a whole nother story. That I would not have expected. Sold my house today after paying for the new one. I'll have about 40K left. Sold it for 60% more than I bought it for 5 years ago. I don't even care if Jimmy dips this time. Fair. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna buy calls whether it dips or not, but I'd still rather wait for a dip. Since we call deep out of the money puts dumps, can we call deep in the money puts dimps? We could, I suppose. How does XRT go back on the threshold list? Failures to deliver in excess of 0.5% of its shares outstanding. XRT was put on the threshold list during the Jan squeeze. And then cleared in March. Wouldn't it be dicks deep in the money calls? I think it got off the threshold list in March. Can you explain how gap fills work and why they happen? I mean, I really don't want to for the 900th time. They're a price point at which no trades have occurred in the order book, and that leaves a gap. They happen because there's a spread in the order book, and so there's no orders to fill between two price points, and thus the stock gaps. They are usually revisited because market makers want to fill orders at those prices. I think the problem might be that when you use words like capitulate, you sound a tad bit ostentatious. I can't agree with that. That's the appropriate word for what we're describing. There are synonyms, but they don't quite capture the essence. I would say I acquiesced to your request, Barry. Cinnamons? Synonyms. Not cinnamons. What the fuck's a cinnamon? That's a spice. How many people just Googled capitulate and ostentatious? You mean joie de vivre? Hmm. You weren't kidding when you said they were gonna slowly bleed the price. IV, I think, is far more important to them than the actual price of the underlying. What does Sicilians have to do with market mechanics? I mean, not a lot. What is Cat doing? Hmm. Safe to say it's time to get out of my 136.0 DTs? Probably. You're running out of time. You dropped the price to the hundreds so I can buy calls, please. It's not easy, man. All right. Yeah, fastest way to lower well, selling in the money calls, selling contracts in general lowers implied volatility because OI goes up, right? It increases liquidity in the options chain. The SPY can drop below 410 resistance today. Been watching the last couple days. I'm thinking about pulling the trigger on a couple 17 June 400p. SLD not until the 15th, correct? Yeah. Maybe better entry next week. Yeah, it's possible, but it could just keep sliding. It's National Donut Day. Who gives a shit? Darth is calling you out again. Whatever. I'm riding a 137 DT 0 DT, but GameStop is the one stock I allow myself to do so. It's pretty risky. There are lots of long-term holds we've talked about on stream. What's the best cash generator right now in your opinion? Microsoft's pretty good. I think Docu's IV is still kind of insane for a stock that trades relatively flat. Yeah, like 100% at the money. So Docu's not too bad. I don't really like Caterpillar. HD is usually really good to sell covered calls on. It's pretty reliable. I don't like selling covered calls on AMD unless I have like an opportunity where I know it's going to fail a resistance. Docu is the worst stock in the world. You love it. Please give Darth Dan attention. He's threatening the Discord with his fire crotch. Amazing. Doesn't Docu have earnings coming up? I'm sorry, the answer we were looking for was AMC. Better luck next time. AMC is like not even that great for covered calls though. Like IV's high, but the premiums are super shitty. RC is still at it. January 19th, 2021. Roaring Kitty video. GameStop cracks 45. Could news of Ryan Cohen's strategy trigger a GME short squeeze? I don't know if Docu has earnings coming up. Maybe. Didn't they just have earnings? I feel like it wasn't even that long ago. Maybe it was. Time flies in the market. What are your opinion about beavers? Are they becoming more destructive or helpful to nature? I don't like beavers. I don't have any opinions about them. Well, I like the show Angry Beavers. So take that back. Prediction on when they will open up the August options chain. Who the fuck knows? Will DFE ever come back? Probably not. What's your price target for the BBBY for baby sell-off? Not for OPEX. Oh, I have no idea. I don't know what they'd be offered for it. It would depend on what the offer was, right? DocuSign great for selling cover calls because it won't be running soon with the Fed Reserve killing growth and fintech. Uh, I mean, they have other avenues of revenue and lots of contracts. I mean, DocuSign's very undervalued right now. But yeah, I agree that it's not going to break out or anything anytime soon. Not to a crazy amount. But IV remains very, very high. Any thoughts on the volume for the last few months? 2021, we were constantly around 1 million with record lows below. Then there was a change, and now we trade 5 to 8 million a day. I mean, we don't, but we have. We have many days in the last few months where we've traded, sub 2. Volume has relatively gone up this year. Probably because people sold in November. Like a lot of them. Some institutions sold into the end of the year for tax breaks. Sons of Jen 2023 Dooms. Interesting. Think Jimmy will crash? No. I don't think it's gonna crash. I didn't sell either, Jeff the Poor. Also, where's David? Assuming no MOASS, how do you see your exit from GME? I don't know. After I get my cost basis to 0? And then after, some growth cycles occur. Yes, I know. I'm now a Dan. I just realized I've watched you through my engineering studies throughout my dropout and changed to finance, and now me being done with my first semester in days. I'm watching you instead of writing my exam. Thanks for everything so far. Thanks, Dan. And congratulations on becoming a Dan. Well done. He's working, I'm sure. We've all been busy. Life, Haven't seen him in a few weeks. I know he stops by every once in a while and says hi. But yeah, I know he's been busy. If you sell shares at a loss, then immediately buy calls, but don't exercise for 30 days. Does it count as a wash sale or not? No, it doesn't. Wash sales on derivatives are separate. You don't even get a wash sale on selling one derivative and buying a different strike. So cover calls until free stock, then sell at a huge profit, right off into the sunset. Nice. I mean, that plus cycles. I will force the Discord to watch a chug of me full birthday suit. Darth, if you post a video of you doing a chug full birthday suit in the Discord, you will be banned. If by full birthday suit you mean banana hammock, neon green, then I will allow it. I know you said not to, but I sold a 150cc at the peak, and it looks like I'll scalp 100 off it. Nice. Guess is eating ramen and drinking Mad Dog 2020 during your Twitch stream tonight. Good job, man. Yeah, it was risky though, as we were pushed because 150 was gamma max, and we easily could have closed the week out above it if buying had stayed sustained. This is what that Borat budgie smuggler was made for. What if I post a video of Darth doing a chug in a full birthday suit in the Discord? I mean, I'll ban you too. I can actually ban everybody. I could just shut the Discord down. If Darth posts that birthday suit vid, I'll be forced to ban myself from the Discord. Closing under 120 next week? Are we rising? We're down on the day right now. Shut it down so only you have the video? Maybe. But I just want you to watch one of the 4 chug videos I've sent you. I said I would watch them after the stream, Darth. David El Cinco Herrera, welcome to Cornishon. Good to see you around, dude. I know you're there, lurking in the background. It's going all right. Still doing GME things. and Darth Dan. Has anything changed regarding your OPEX guess? We're still going to drop to the 80s or no? The put position's there. That's what I got. I got the data. If you don't like the data, or you don't like how it's interpreted, I don't know what to tell you. But yes, large out of the money put positions are bearish. It's not going anywhere, and it's further dated than the bullish position, which implies a move to the downside. Given that GameStop's price action is entirely dictated by its options chain. Any chance we move back to 130 by end of day? Yeah. No problem, Clay. But what's not? GameStop's price action dictated by the options chain? Yes, it is. Just don't understand the data and want to know if anything has changed. No problem, Tom. Yeah, nothing's changed. We're very volatile right now, I will say that. And longs remain in control of the price action, right? So any buying pressure on the stock is going to be more bullish than shorting pressure. So buying pressure has like a power up. Think of it that way. So upside pressure is greater than downside pressure because the market maker is still hedging positive delta, right? So when I talk about the longs being in control of the chain, so when buying occurs, we run up far more. And when shorting occurs, we fall far less. If we fall below gamma neutral and the shorts take control of the chain, then the reverse is true. Gherk, she finally replied after 23 hours. Now I'm going to make her wait 30 seconds. You should make her wait twice as much time. You know, bleed out the theta, Berry Spice. Tan Guy Marcel, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, dude. And Party Headquarters, thank you for coming along, Johnson. I was gonna get sound blankets and hang those up on the wall. They're like big, thick. I'm gonna have to put some big ass holes in the wall to hang them up because they're pretty heavy, but fuck it. I have a theory. Please opine. The best way for a poor to get their comment read on stream is to start that comment complaining that Gherk is ignoring their comments. You seem to read all of those. I mean, to be fair, members complain about the same thing. They're like, Gherk's not reading my comments or paying attention to me. You've got to remember there's 1,500 other people in here. I can't get to them all. I try. Do you think longs are still in control of the chain because it's cheaper for shorts to just wait for the short-dated calls to fall off? Yes. It's much more expensive for them to short into positive pressure.
Just to add to that, the shorts take control of the chain come Monday, unless some big changes happen in the next couple hours. It does look that way, yeah. Although Vega neutral is up, which is it's up quite a bit. If I become a billionaire, will I be unbanned from the Discord? Why were you banned? You've got to be a real piece of shit for me to ban you from the Discord. Did I ban you, or was it someone else? Are you talking about Boss Blunts? He's an idiot. Can you put up foam egg crate material? Much lighter. I don't think it's as good as deadening sound, though. Imagine caring if Girk reads your comments. Pathetic. Thanks, Patrick Swayze. Roadhouse. I bestow my attention upon you, MOASS Spectrometer. You know what's harder than getting 1,000 likes? Getting 0. I don't even know if I can pull it off. Dynamite? Oh, the stuff that they put over like wheel wells in cars? Interesting. That'd really fuck the wall up. They'd have to replace the wall then, wouldn't they? Hey there, don't read that guy's don't read this comment. This is how you get attention here. I'm new here. You never answer me. Matt Coors, SS FUD, DRS is the way. I mean, those are all very provocative statements. Rockwool panels sound like it won't help that much at all. Won't help all that much. Interesting. Where the fuck do I find a rockwool panel? That sounds like something I wouldn't want to inhale. Do you like Sublime? Not really. Because I'm not in high school and I don't smoke weed. Python never reads the comments. I don't type. It's true. You know what a lot of people don't do is they don't tag me in the comment and then still expect me to read it. Don't worry, give it time. Eventually your room will be filled with thousands of gallons of pool water. I heard it muffles noise well. Jesus. Dynamite will not work. Okay. Do you get money with more likes? Nope. I don't care if you like it, dislike it, don't watch. It doesn't matter. Isn't spray foam like extremely toxic? I might not like my neighbor, but I don't want to like poison her cat. Rockwell's Insulation, Home Depot. Am I shadow banned? It's espresso. All right. Tag test. Is this what we're doing now? Why do you guys like get together on Discord and figure out new ways to troll me all day? Why is that so enjoyable? Play Permabull on Blast while streaming. Hang a large tapestry. See, that's a design element I could get behind. Hey, Gherkin, long time viewer, but I was in a coma for about 2 months. But I'm back now. Fuck. Glad to see the stream still going well and all the dedicated investors in the chat. I won't take up too much of your time today, but I had a quick question if you have a sec. How do I... Interesting. Does this actually continue? Or am I being trolled? I feel like I'm being trolled. Tim wasn't in a coma. Yep, he's just fucking with me. You don't steal someone's cat, no matter how awful they are. No, it's Spro. I told you that's how we cool coffee people say it. Yeah, I'm not saying that either. That sounds douchey. Praise be the Lady VWAP and her warm embrace. This Friday's movie recommendation is going to be Another Round, a Danish film about drinking culture. Won 2 Oscars. If you don't watch it, Lady VWAP will reap her vengeance on you. This will be a weekly thing. Dan Mogan's out. All right. Interesting. Not steal, rescue. Still stealing. Based on the conversations I've heard with that cat, a loss of that cat would cause a full mental collapse. WeBull went from 5 free stocks by referring 1 friend to up to 17 free stocks to up to 107 free stocks in the past month and a half. Is this a sign of a market crash? No, it just means they want to ditch their CNS position or their CMX position, the concrete company. Or Genworth Financial. The entire time I've done this, and all the people that have signed up using like the referral link, and I've only gotten like 2 good stocks. Well, I'm not sure what happened to my last comment. It cut off some of the text at the end for some weird reason. I've been having trouble with my Ko-Fis getting red lately. I don't know why. Anywho, back to my question. If you have a second, I was wondering if I could... Well done, Tim. Well done. Do you like Solar Opposites? I've seen it. It's pretty funny. Thanks to your education, I was able to exit 133p 0DT for 100%. Nice. Is California mad you're drinking all their water? I don't know. They gave me that cement company. I got Santander and ADT. ADT is one of the better ones. Do you think Ryan Cohen will go radio silent until there is a decision regarding the split? Possibly, yes. Cali's water is in Pi-Fi's jug. Yep, the whole state's worth right here. Yeah, because both people get free stock, right? What's the motive behind the massively deep in the money calls bought again today? I've seen close to $60 million in 2 days of 45 and 50s, even for some June 17. Do they need shares? Yeah, I think they're exercising them. Also, some of those, and you have to watch out for this, but some of those are they're just buy sells, like or buy rights. So they're just capturing the arbitrage on the difference in price. How do you feel about us going below 100 again this month? I don't know. If we do, I'm gonna buy a bunch of calls. You know. Do you tell my wife Heidi to stop shilling me over selling my GME shares? Annoying. Heidi, stop being a bitch. All right. Just let him have his stocks and play with them. One day he'll either lose all the money and you can find someone better, or he'll make a bunch and run away. Either way, you'll get rid of him. Long term. Also tagged you? Can Amazon split affect GME price action? Why? Who needs a relationship with a giant piles of money? What's your view on AMC and it following GME's trend? I mean, they're in similar baskets of stocks. They have a lot of ETF ties. They're also a great place to divert retail interest to prevent FOMO on GameStop. I do not doubt for a second that if all of the volume put into AMC by retail had just been put into GME instead, that we wouldn't have rocketed. But people like to buy cheap shit, right? That's why dollar stores exist. And discount electronics on Amazon. People would rather buy the same cheap shit 10 times than buy one good thing once. It's one of the reasons, well, one of many reasons poor people stay poor. Instant gratification, right? Why are you like this? I don't know. Everyone on Hinge is spiritual. That's not the takeaway I've gotten. Did you read latest Linux DD? And if yes, what are your comments on it? Did he say we're going up in June? Or is he hedging a nearer date? I just got here. Why the $14 run today? Well, it looks like there was some gamma exposure from yesterday. $144 million worth of it. They sold a bunch of 0 DTE puts off while they were in the money. And people bought some calls. And then those people sold those calls. And now they're selling more. And we're going down. I know it's not that exciting. $105 prostitutes are better than just one $500 one. That's not true. You only have one penis. You've showed it to me. Free stocks, same like water ambassador, Kangan Ponzi scheme, or Cutco pyramid scheme. Same like we know you're gonna degen YOLO all your money and we're gonna make a ton in commissions. That's the real MOASS, is looping brokerage accounts to generate free shares until you own everything. I just want to notify you that Darth only has a G-string on in the Discord. Nice. How much does it cost to move the price like this? Like a few milli or tens of millis? It costs quite a bit. Is there any shot we hit 200 in the next couple of months, or at least break 150? Yeah, I think so. Why would I want to disappoint 100 women instead of one? How often do you see prostitutes in New York City? I mean, it's not something I'm actively looking for. So, not often. Observe or see? There's a different connotation there. I've observed them. They exist. It is the oldest profession, or one of them. EPAM Golden Cross yesterday? I saw. What are you thinking? You thinking back to 420? I'm gonna put some money on 420, Gaff. That's a nice chart of MOASS you got there. What happens if the dens offer superior dumpster services at superiorly low prices? Fortunately, there's not a lot of Wendy's in New York, so it keeps a lot of the Dans out. Another good reason to live here. Good idea to grab 100 shares of BBBY in case it does do a thing. if you want to. 420 would have to push through 200 day as well. You think it has that pressure? Maybe. I mean, not with the market coming down, but I'm thinking about targeting, like, I'm probably going to just target 350 again, right? Honestly. But it'd be cool if it pushes to 420. Like, I'm not going to buy 400 Cs. So far, over a year, have I heard a good reason to live in New York? That's not a real sentence. Try that again. If you have a brokerage account with margin options enabled with at least 25K in your account, can you buy and sell to your heart's content, only settled funds each day? You can buy and sell to your heart's content until you go below $25,000. Imagine thinking you're going to get 1.5 million for each of your AMC shares. How do you come down from that without medication? What will the SPY be at the end of the year? 0. Wonder if you could explain June OPEX using Barbies. Oh, that's difficult, Tim Timmery. New Dillionaire? What next? Wait, who became a Dillionaire? I didn't see that happen. Don't lie to me. Fibs. You can't just force the Barbie metaphors, Tim. They have to come naturally. I really need to go through all the clips and find the good ones and put them all in one place. Yeah, I was thinking 375 through 80. 350 seems safe with some room for premium. Yeah, I think 350, more leaps. I took my profits on my calls yesterday, but I'm still holding my stock, which I think I should hold the stock for a while. Like maybe a couple years. Sorry, I forgot a word there. So far, over a year of watching, have I heard you say one good reason? Say a good reason to live in New York. Well, I did. There's fewer Dans, fewer Wendy's. The Dans haven't really franchised out here a lot. We're talking about EPAM. When BBBY next run? OPEX? There's also Kava. Well, that's a thing for you. So expiration is on the date of the option at market close at 4 p.m. Technically, no. I think the options close at 4:15. And it can be exercised all the way through Saturday. Oh, okay, yeah. I saw you say that, Gaff. Estimate how high BBBY can go during OPEX. I don't know, maybe like it'll hit 20 again? 21? It's hard to say. The call chain's quite strong if it starts to run. It'll depend on how quickly people bail out of like long positions. People don't like to bag hold dips. So like if a bunch of people buy a stock at like $15, right? And then the price of that stock falls, the next time it hits $15, these people are far more likely to sell. Even if the price were to continue going up, lots of these people will just sell at $15. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, and the VWAP is also on this chart. Yes. Might break out again here. Another little pop. Smaller, but pop. Or fat rejection. Figure Pittsburgh has a pickle parade every year, and they actually call it Picklesburg for the day. Would you consider being the MC if they asked? Absolutely fucking not. Unless I could do it remotely, in which case, sure. Don't give away my trading strategy. I mean, that's the basis for what you guys know as a cup and handle, right? Is that, you know, people bought at the resistance, didn't sell at the next test of that same resistance. And then after those people are out, the people that held through both tests are likely to see higher prices. What ankle monitor? It's not, you know, with the Pittsburgh thing, it's not so much the leaving my house that's an issue. It's the leaving my house to go to Pittsburgh thing that's the issue. I've been to Pittsburgh. I don't need to do it twice. I'm way too high up to attend regional meetings, Jeff. Yeah, fuck Pittsburgh. That's pretty blunt, Carl. Such a sad life, living like a hermit. Who said I live like a hermit? I just have no desire to be outside. What's sad for you is not necessarily sad for me. Are we just gonna totally ignore the fact that I can't become a billionaire because some apple-shaped Ukraine fan was wrong? Wait, what? I don't know why you were banned. Why were you banned? What did you say? Are you willing to come back and say sorry? How often do you ask the DoorDash driver what the weather is like outside? I mean, when they come in and hang out, I usually will ask them about the weather. Cheers, Mike's Pickle. I'd like him to forward you the message we exchanged, and you can judge whether or not there is anything to apologize for. If Monster Buddy apologizes, will you let him back in? No, he's crazy. I don't like to deal with crazy. I can deal with assholes, I can deal with shit posters, but nut jobs, no. People with paranoid delusions, I just, no. Especially the loud ones. Like the loud crazy people are the worst. I have zero tolerance for it. No, but I think I already got charged for my Pigeon Whale subscription. What constitutes crazy? You fit the mold, Hornless, but you've quieted down. I mean, I'll check it out later, but I don't know who Ukraine Apple mod is. I don't have any Ukrainian Apple moderators. I, there's a German one. There's what I assume is a gorilla and his wife. There's a Care Bear. There's a cartoon Viking. But no Ukrainian apples. I should probably change that. Show some support for the Ukraine. Can you explain how risky selling a call is that you don't have the 100 shares? Like, I know the risk is hypothetically unlimited, but like, can you go in debt to Robinhood, or they just close it and sell stocks you own if it goes the wrong way? Yeah, they would just close it and sell stocks you own. That's usually how margin works. I don't know either. The Discord name is Two Apples. Oh, Apple? They're not a moderator. I am the mold. Which one? Sometimes I just don't notice. Like, they slip through the cracks. No, I don't think RC bought BBBY calls to have exposure before the new GME options chain after the split. I'm Ukrainian. Would you mod me, Greg? Do you ever wonder what type of people we are outside the stream, or come up with backstories for us? No, not really. He tilted because he couldn't answer a simple question, but obviously has mod friends. Do you have screenshots of the conversation to argue your side of the case? Otherwise, I have no evidence beyond you were banned. And probably for doing something bad. Whether you were right or wrong, that doesn't give you a right to break the rules. I assume rules were broken. Did you use hateful or derogatory language when you were angry? Now it sounds like a kindergarten class. Yeah, Solar Opposites is pretty funny. I said that earlier when you asked me, Mighty Potato. I wasn't angry nor derogatory. The guy just didn't like what I had to say, I guess. But he can't ban you. So someone else had to have banned you. And probably for a reason. You're saying you were banned for no apparent reason. You did not break the rules in any way. So if you submit me proof of that, then I will consider unbanning you. Feel free to message me on Reddit. And I will look into it. I would not accuse the moderators of the server of playing favorites. I have not seen them do it yet. Jesus, I come here to get away from toddler time and asking my kid why he decided to eat Vaseline. Okay, first of all, why is he not being watched? Like, there's a lot of steps that have to occur before the Vaseline is inserted into the mouth. Also, he's gonna have terrible shits for days. My buddy ate a jar of Vaseline on a bet one time, and whoo boy, he got real sick. I hate everyone equally, except for the cat. He's okay. You're just threatened by his superposition. Say what you really mean, Carl. If a group of JWs got into your building, what's a JW? Jehovah's Witness? Got you to answer your door. What would be the more likely outcome? Convert you into a Jehovah's Witness, or two, you turn them into options traders? I mean, if God didn't want us to participate in the free market, why would it be such an important part of American society? We could have a talk. I've never turned away any religious solicitor at my door. I always invite them in to discuss. I'm jealous you like him more than me, okay? Is that what you wanted to hear? No, Carl. But I already knew that. What did I come back to? Some weird shit. Yeah, just usual. We've gone flat, Zakir. The stock isn't doing interesting things. Have you heard the good news of our Lord and Savior, Theta? I just tell them I'm gay and they don't know what to say next. Really? They're not prepared with a follow-up, like telling you about how that's a sin? What do you want to know about bidets? I'm upgrading mine. I called a plumber. I'm going to heated. I've decided to go. I'm going to upgrade to a heated one with a blow dryer built into it. Girk's neighbor's cat. Thank you for becoming a Cornishon. 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 Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, the Flying Spaghetti Monster? May he touch you with his noodly goodness. Thank you, some dude. I need you to give me the Discord ID from the guy that has a W Crane Apple as his name so I can find the DM again. I'm sure he has plenty of messages in the chat. Wait, how can you find the DM if you're banned? I think SDFG is the guy you yeeted out of the server yesterday when Atomic and I asked. Wait, did I ban you yesterday? I might have banned you. Okay, so hold on. You were banned in an extremely unfair manner. There was no favoritism from the person you were arguing with. Someone on the quant team said, ban this guy as being a dick. And I just banned you without reading any of your messages. If you were banned yesterday, I only banned one person yesterday. Some days I ban 10, 12. I got banned too. You probably deserved it, Bipolar Bear. People know this is a dictatorship, right? No. I think they think that they have the right to free speech and to say whatever they want on the Discord. It doesn't work that way. Oh, this isn't a cult, sir. A Kohler Veil model. Ooh. What's that? We quants don't ask for much, but when we do, justice is swift and violent. From what I read before you banned him, he was in fact being a big D. Interesting. How come I never get banned? I don't know. Probably not worth it. If I were a 9X holder and wanted to get to 100, would it be okay? Would it be a 90s holder? Would it be an okay idea to sell maybe 20 low-cost basis shares on the next run and buy back in on the dip? I mean, that's always an option, but it does present risk, Thomas. You are then trading your asset. Why did what run up? Basic Dad TV. Average Apple mod guy from Ukraine. Is that the guy you banned? One of my fellow poors? I don't know. Need the Not Cult song to remind all the noobs. There's not that many noobs. By the way, SDFG is not the guy from yesterday. Oh, okay. So this is a totally different thing. I need you to find it for me. Okay, I can try. You still need to DM me your username because I have to go and check the logs. Because usually if you're banned, your messages are deleted. Brad is rad. Thoughts? I don't know. I hope they get bought out. That'd be cool. Then I'll make some money. I'm really Amber herding when it comes to the stream today. Is that a verb now? Continuously finding myself minutes behind and sending out of context chats like a fucking dum-dum. It's okay. You'll catch up. Peter Smith is new. I'm surprised anybody ever, like, anybody new ever comes into the stream and, like, is like, this is the place I want to hang out. It shocks me that new people show up and then stay here. Like, I'd understand if new people came in and they're like, whoa, this is weird, and left. Can you please put me out of my suffering? You're not welcome anywhere else, turd, and you know it. So does Gaff. It may not be much of a home, but it's our home. VWasp, thank you for becoming a billionaire. I can't thank you enough. I'm sorry that I left your body to rot where your friends could see it, but I can't risk having more of them come in my apartment.
But we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, then make gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn.
I can't believe I'm still here after a year. Where else would you pick up new wives?
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Are you saying there's a problem with us or a problem with you? I'm not sure if I should be offended by this or proud. Be both. Can you not feel two emotions at the same time? I know you can, Mr. Diggs. I saw you laughing and crying just the other day. You know you've been making some serious downgrades in societal terms if you get banned from this place. It was weird when I showed up about a year ago. There's a big market for financial masochism. Found 2 Chase Funkos today, so I'm happy. Congrats, man. I'm glad you've picked up some more bobbleheads for your collection. It's like Beanie Babies. The hot new Beanie Baby. VWasp, aka BWasp, deserves a drawing. That was my genetic twin. Everyone hated that guy. I stumbled in here and I don't know how to get out. I guess I live here now. Listened one time in Jan. Been hooked and listened almost every full trading day. Not sure if I'm proud of this. Eh. Worst morning of the year was the elevator crash day because of darkness. That was a great day. I went to the New York City Public Library and traded stocks on their public computer. And I made like $300. And I had a homeless guy growl at me. It was a weird morning, but it was fun. I left at first and then came back because your stream was the best. Thanks, Dr. GME. Lured in with the triangles and lines. Gotcha. Financial masochism is a weird fetish. The SS bag hold Kopko just wouldn't understand. Oh my god, the guy you banned for me yesterday is the guy that made the Blurk name? Oh, interesting. What's Blurk? Your complete disregard for wanting to be likable or welcoming to new people is what made me stick around. This place is like a really smart person with Alzheimer's. Most of the day is just crazy gibberish, but then there's nuggets of extreme wisdom and knowledge. That's how we ease the wisdom and knowledge out, right? If we just hit everybody with it all at once without, talking about food for 4 hours in between, it would be too much. It's a series of checks and balances, Thanks, Blues. If you've never had a homeless person growl at you, are you even a New Yorker? Probably not. I'd stop watching if you'd only summarize your thoughts on GME every morning in a written form. Oh, no. Why would I do that every single day? I'm just here for the net meat. Fair. I used to think Kors was a better trader than you when I first started watching a year ago. Now I cringe seeing it, hearing his name. All hail last view up. Praise be to view up. Glory be upon her. It's like an addict waiting to relive those glory days. We've had some good times. Thanks, Big Will Cenas Feeler. Off topic, but I beat Elden Ring, but I don't want to start the new game. Suggestions on what to do next? Literally anything else. Find a different game to play. Have I ever told you about Teamfight Tactics? It's well, it's something to do. Do institutions do as much research on other stocks as you and the quants have done on GME? No stock in the history of the market, I don't think any single equity has ever had as much research done on it as GameStop has in the last year. Absolutely fucking not even close to the amount of research.
We're looking bullish or bearish heading into power hour. Pretty bearish, frankly. Lots of 0DT still set to expire. We've fallen below VWAP. You know, those calls are likely mostly going to be sold off right into the end of the day. They are down. If they're in the money, we may see some exercising that could promote some price action next week. But I think we're going to see you know, gamma neutral and delta neutral rise up and get closer to our current price with all of the options falling off of the chain. I dream of black swans and non-dumpster Wendy's tendies. Cheers to another month. Thanks, Diamond Dickie Dan. It's hard to weaponize the autism, but once it has been weaponized. Was my 0DTE 140C dead? Did you just buy it? Then yes. I just first place a hyper roll with full innovator plus enchanter socialite clockwork. It's my favorite build right now. Nice. It's a good one. The one with Senna. You run like what, Socialite 3? Morgana, Senna, Seraphine. Speaking of research, is there a dollar value you can put on the amount of data that you and the quants find and analyze? Like, how much would a firm on the street have to pay for that? A lot, I'd imagine. I don't know, like, the current pricing for that kind of stuff, but it wouldn't be cheap. Here's to your quants. Buy JFresh some catnip. Thank you, adopted by the Dans, but he's had too much, and he gets very weird and frisky when he eats it. And we do it for free. That's true, Daniel Taylor Hamwich. Well, you know, free plus that $10. Fidelity bar rate 27.75. Yeah, it keeps going up. That hasn't changed. We should see it start to come down next week a little bit. But I don't think we're going to see a significant drop. Like, we might see the bar rate stabilize, but I don't think we'll see a significant drop till after June OPEX. I got a new wallet today, and I named it Gurk. Thanks, Bipolar Bear. I need to get a new wallet. My wallet is fucked, and everything keeps falling out of it. Theta Gang won the week big time. Yeah, I agree. Speaking of paying the quants, we've run out of cigarettes and ramen. Can you let us purchase some more stuff from the commissary, or am I gonna have to buy calls on Shanks? I'll see what I can do about opening it up this weekend, Dork. But you guys gotta stop making so much noise in the basement, alright? Especially when I have guests over. I'll literally take a couple of coupons to Roscoe's. Do they even have coupons? Why would they discount food that amazing? Can you run down the effects of XRT going off the threshold list? There aren't any. The effect is that XRT for the last 5 days has had failures less than required to remain on the reg show threshold list. It does mean that they could theoretically burn the fund again and offset FTD covering for 13 days. The advantage there being that, you know, they can break up large pileups of FTDs once. A bunch of YouTubers show some sponsored wallet that's supposed to be great. You might have an actual product to stand behind. Oh yeah, Ridge. Eh. I don't want some... I'm not going to buy anything that YouTubers are shilling. I would immediately be suspicious of that. Eh. Like, if I'm ever shilling a wallet, you know, don't buy the wallet. Also, what's their contact information for sponsorships? Somebody DM me that? Thanks. Will they have more Gex Monday if they can't get us below 125? They could, yeah, especially if calls are exercised. Like my Coinbase link? You think anybody uses that shit? See, I can say whatever I want about Coinbase. That's just like their standard link. Everyone who gets an account gets one. I could say Coinbase sucks and your crypto isn't actually safe there. Look at that. Oh, guess what? Link's still at the bottom of my description. It's beautiful. Why don't we charge people $500 an hour for consulting services that amount to us berating our clients' portfolio nonstop? That's kind of what we used to do in private equity. You just go out and tell them how their investments are really, really bad and how you can make them so much better. I make wallets out of upcycled stingray leather phone cases. They last forever and no animals harmed. All upcycled. Wait. Hold on. Wasn't the stingray harmed? How much institutional money is in crypto right now? I don't know. Take $50 billion off the total market cap, and then the rest is probably institutional. Hey, Gurk. A big thanks for all your efforts. Looks like there was some big in-the-money call buys today for June and October, close to 8 million notional, between 45 and 60 strikes. Want to see what you think? Have a killer weekend. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Thrillhouse. Second of all, it looks like a lot of them were opened and immediately closed. So I would say that about $5 million of that money put into those calls was simply an arbitrage play. You know, buy sell immediately. So you're just taking advantage of the spread. Some of them opened, could be long-term positional interest. We are in an accumulation period, so we should see some bets, and we did just have earnings in a shareholders meeting, so we may see some institutions buy up some shares. That's usually how they go about it. Remember when I bought up big lots and thought it would have been a good play? Down 35% since then. Ouch. Check DMs. What do you got for me, Turd? Roscoe's chicken and waffle coupons? Did you just come in here to show your stream? It's not mine. So why are you sharing it? Only program showing live options. Corn hated me. Are you guys fighting? I don't know what to do about this. Darth, stop sending me videos. Can I make half the amount if I exclusively tell them how their investments are terrible? I'm pretty good at that part. I mean, it's not as if you're not moving them to something better though. What's the advantage? You're just fin doming them at that point. What up, Pickles? It's Gherkin coming at you live for the Ridge wallet. When you're rich like me, you don't have to worry about money falling out of your wallet and homeless people running off with it. But now, wait. Can people sell their 0 DTE 130C so my 0 DTE 130P print? Thanks. See who gives up first. That was my first day in Discord.
That's amazing, Turd. I think you joined the Discord during like the peak super stonk hate period. We were getting nonstop whack jobs. We were like, I've come in here to tell you why you're wrong and my way is the way. Pickle Man is brainwashing you. Can't you see it? My favorite was that DD that guy wrote that said Gherk makes somewhere between $2,000 and $60,000 a year on YouTube. Like, it was such a broad range. Look at my big brain spreadsheet. Whoa, hold on. You're using Excel now? Oh, no, you're not. You've downloaded an app. It's very cute. You're doing better, it looks like. Being a little smarter with your cover call plays. I've been violated by your Discord. Did you enjoy it? What are athletic greens? That sounds like something I could sponsor. I was thinking about sponsoring testosterone supplements. I got an offer for that. I think I could sell, you know, that the intro to the offer was we're looking for people to sell alpha male status. And I think that's something I could try to sell. Please do extends. See, no, selling testosterone supplements, I've thought about this quite a bit, Dan Almighty, has nothing to do with people actually having low T. It's describing enough symptoms that maybe they have it. Right? Okay, this shit's been bothering me for a while. Why in the ever-living Dans do Looney Tunes keep calling it Cornichon? It's Cornichon. Could you patch me through to Cenas, please? Thanks, man. No, you know, I think I don't have to be athletic to sell athletic greens. Zero DTEs have low T. Real talk, 18 months ago, did you ever imagine you would have collected all of his degens and be king of a pickle empire? Second, how much fun are you having being king? It's interesting. Some days it's more fun than others. Today's a pretty fun day. Some days it's a lot of work. It's called Corner Sean because he's been a bad boy. Can XRT be used to can kick the next GME of upcycle? How many times are you gonna ask me that, Stefan, when you already know the answer? No, I didn't row today. I woke up and wrote DD and then did this shit. Have you seen me rowing? Sometimes I walk out of the room to do chores and stuff. Oh, fair. Why do you have chores? Is watching you row on the table? No. Would you push feminine hygiene products if they paid you? Sure. I will push anything not finance related. But I really think I have an opportunity with this low T thing. Cause I can say things like, are you tired? Do women not enjoy your company? You know, like do you get paid less at work? You know? Maybe. Take my money. I'm throwing money at the screen. Do you feel entirely subjective statement? Do you have trouble buying low and selling high? Oh man. Gotta practice reading the side effects ridiculously fast. Oh, no, it's a nutritional supplement. You don't have to list the side effects. There's a beautiful FDA loophole there. Have you ever bought 400 CERN puts? Thanks, Dave's not here, man. Does it feel like nobody answers your messages? Do you feel ignored in chat? Oh, I can't think of anything better. I just have to like practice doing it seriously, that's all. Has your wife described your portfolio as flaccid and underperforming? I already told you how chameleons work. Yeah, how was that, Dwight? Yeah, I'm ignored. Where do I call? Are feed pics no longer doing it for you? Do you find it strange we didn't dump earnings or the IM? A little bit. But with XRT coming off reg show, it's a little more understandable. Have your calls for TA on SMG been thoroughly ignored? Yes, they have been. You should get chromatophores implanted in your calves. Imagine the peacocking you could do. But how would I control them? Like, I know you're going to say Wi-Fi, but, you know, then you go somewhere like an airport, and all of a sudden someone's playing porn on your calves. You know, because you forgot to set the password. to something that wasn't admin. Sorry, I had to grab a delivery. I'm back. They clear FTDs through CNUS. If they manipulate CNUS enough, all the FTDs disappear. I told you guys this months ago. Remember how we talked about XRT being advantageous for them because it was on CNUS or on Reg Show? Because then they can use CNUS to net off FTDs. I told you guys this over a year ago. Okay, to be fair, there's no mention of XRT in your DD gaff. But yes. As far as playing with CNUSs, you've been talking about it for a long time. But you were a shill back then and no one trusted you. I mean, you're still a shill now, but... Chiropractor? Same like drug dealer? No, at least when you pay a drug dealer, you get something. How can you understand all the money there is to be made on GME with options and still be a bear about it? It's just slow motion MOASS. I know. Like, I made $1,000 in like 10 seconds today. It was fucking awesome. Please explain like a first grade teacher. Therapy, same as it is what it is. I mean, unless you have a therapist that's going to go out and actively change things for you. The world needs more proactive therapists. Like, instead of talking about my problems with me, just go fix them. I don't have time. Right? Interesting. Refer to the last row on my spreadsheet. Oh god, he really is down to his underwear. That's called the mob. They have those, I think they're called Hitman. Hmm. I was told there would be Darth Cenas. Interesting. Therapists are one spacebar away from tragedy. Say yes for my 617 110Ps that I'm over leveraged on. I hope so. Stardust forever. Far more important than my puts. I hope I'm able to buy large numbers of calls. Very cheap prices. As a physical therapist, half of what I do is tell people to chill out, sleep 8 hours a night, and eat better. Crazy how everyone's pain gets better after that. Interesting. I mean, the ones that listen, right? Veru going for $15 today. Cool. There's no, like, I'm not really interested in playing Veru until there's some substantial news about their trials. Or their emergency application. Good chance on a rug pull for SPY before close. I mean, there's not too much room to the downside before it hits resistance again at like 1850. Or, I'm sorry, 408.50. I've got two stocks open right now. 408.50 for the SPY. To the downside. So, I mean, even if we do see some sell-off into the end of the day, likely not going to go below that range. Hi, Jimmy, prepare for short squeeze. What do you think? Greetings from Germany. Tamo Noch. Interesting. No. Prepare for big run up, maybe, yeah. Short squeeze, I don't know. My physical therapist just pokes my belly and makes the Pillsbury Doughboy sound. Oh, Popsern, you have a weird life, man. Just tell him you ate too much goat. Have you and the quants looked into a frequency of a bounce continued upside at 2:50 p.m.? There's some correlation between price movement at 310, zoom in for MOASS, but no, not much at 250. Sinus ends at 310, so sometimes we see a little volatility around that time. There could be a dark pool that dumps around 250 right before like 3 o'clock. That makes sense. I do have a weird life, but it's a good one, or it was until I joined the cult. You're as much a part of us as we're a part of you, Popcorn. Noach equals night. By big, he means $10 run up before crashing back to 130. No. Like, at least $50 run up before crashing back. Die, Sinus, die. Oh, it's Sinus time. Do we get Gaff paid today? I think so.
Hey, you little stock investor, you.
Locked means night? Noach doesn't
over
mean
here.
anything.
I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret sinus. Promise you won't tell the soul.
There's not a greater than 50% chance that we head up at that time. It largely depends on how much of an effect CNS has had on the price that day. And if there's any like backed up internalization that gets dumped out. But I don't think we found a reliable signal for that. Maybe you could straddle it. I guess there's usually a decent price move. If you can time it. The problem is generally the close of CNS, it enters the close of CNS on some volatility too. So it's volatile going in and volatile going out, which makes it kind of unpredictable. For June, Ali. I probably could trash, but I don't want to. If we close above 130 today, gamma ramp 2+2 next week. Maybe. Depends on how many calls were sold off. Not gamma ramp, but gamma exposure T+2 next week. There's no gamma ramp in place. I mean, maybe to the downside, but not to the upside, which is what you're inferring. Hey, Pickle, I did my first selling a call. Cool. The last video is posted. Banana Hammock is posted. I would not have done this if you had watched one video. All 6 have been sent to you. I request a rating of 1 to 10 on all these chugs, please. Noted, Darth. Noted. Let's get back to 110 so I can stop rolling. Thanks, GME. Why are you all misspelling ganache? I sold 4 calls last week. My first ones, I made $800 on them. Nice. I'm scared to get addicted on calls. Just don't do that. How often do you make greater than 100% return on trades? I would say most of my successful trades return over 100%. But that's because I trade momentum, right? So you have a higher rate of losers, but your winners print harder. I just rolled 125 CCs up and out and bought 100 more shares of BBY with part of the profits. Am I JPAL with a money printer now? You've got an asset that people are willing to pay money for. Thoughts on 0.2 delta CCs for next week? I would wait until we see the possibility of gamma exposure play out. Zomps. Are you considering trades you close at plus 50% unsuccessful? No. I mean, they're profitable, but it's not ideal. Also, all my trades are leveraged, which helps with that. Stop drinking so much. Take care of your health. A message to Darth Dan. Does anybody else think about how much money they missed out on during the last year before selling CCs? I do. That's fair. What happens when my selling of the call end June 10th AMD, it doesn't really move? Wait, what? I am actually a little tempted to grab some Baba. But I'll probably just get in on Monday. Or I'll buy shares in pre-market. Oddly enough, I never get assigned on cover calls before selling them. That's true. I have a 10, 617, 110p. Would you hold them over the weekend or roll? I'm holding mine over the weekend. But I have higher up ones. I have 125 and 120. That's tough. 110. And it's possible. It doesn't take a lot of movement for us to drop that far. They are kind of far out of the money though. I don't know. That's a decision you're gonna have to make. I would personally prefer to have calls closer to the money. Or puts, sorry. Basically, someone who got lucky in Jan 21 and got 20k shares could have been making 30k a month in CCs. That's not yacht money, but in terms of retirement, that's MOASS money. Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being confident, how strongly do you feel Jimmy will touch 100 before 617 or OPEX? Like a 7. No, I can't. Still not fooled. What strikes are you eyeing for GME calls if when IV falls? Probably like several 4 or 5, or like 5, 4, and 3 delta calls, and then some amount of far out of the money volatility positions. How far out of the money would you go on a June 17th put? I mean, if I were buying them right now, I'd probably be buying like 125s. Like not very far. Not until I confirmed that we were starting to like hit that downward ramp. Like once once the chain flips and then like the net delta hedge is negative, I'd feel more comfortable like piling into those. But right now with longs still in control of the chain, it's still risky. Like look how much we jumped up on what was relatively very little buy pressure, right? What's your confidence on a magical Tesla bounce next week when everyone tries to pile into sub 700 puts? Interesting. Let's take a look. I mean, Tesla already looks like it's getting ready to bounce. It's finding pretty strong support here at this this like 700 resistance. It'll likely bounce a little bit. Even if it does continue to fall, it'll probably still bounce. It may not bounce a lot. I mean, it may only move back up to like 725. 708 as another resistance. If it breaks 708, it'll probably move up to 725 though. Everything is planned. Why do you think XRT is taking off reg show now? There has to be a reason. We have OPEX coming up. Borrow rates are high. There's a yearly rebalance. So all the S&P funds are going to reposition. Sounds like you're buying further out of the money calls for June because you're better at this. What if we want to be more conservative? 0.4s, 0.5s? Yeah. I mean, that's where the majority of my position is going to be, is in 0.5, 0.4, 0.3. Like those safer calls, right? I'm going to put some amount of money into very far out of the money calls, but those are an IV play, right? What would flip delta to negative? Only price? Yeah, essentially. The sell-off of calls. So, like, you know, if calls are sold off and, you know, gamma neutral rises up to meet the current price, then it's easier to fall through it, right? Right now, you know, gamma neutral's down at like 100. But when, like 101, when those calls fall off, right, then gamma neutral will inch its way up as the price comes down, and they'll kind of meet. And if this falls through, then, you know, we can start to slip down that that downside hedge. Why not 0.7? Nah. In the money? Why would I buy in the money? I mean, you can. If you want to be super, super safe. The problem I have with buying in the money calls on GameStop is if you time them wrong, right, you lose a lot of delta, right? Like, you'll lose intrinsic value in the call if the price continues to drop. So say we hit 100, right? And you buy some like 0.7s down here at like $90 or whatever. And then the price continues down, you're going to lose a massive amount of your upfront premium. Whereas if, you know, you're buying like 105s and it drops down, yeah, you're going to lose some intrinsic value, but not nearly as much, right? That'll depend on if the short side gets control of the chain or not, as far as the dip next week goes boosted. It looks like we're set up for one, but it's looked like that for several days now. Mixed buying and selling. You know, new positions are going to be added. Things that have fallen out of the index are going to be removed from ETFs. It tends to be a pretty volatile period for ETFs. Well, especially the, you know, S&P, like 500, 400, 600. And the Russell indices. I hate the stream, but can't turn away for some reason. That's fair, Bipolar Bear. This non-dip post earnings has been the biggest disappointment of the year. What's the best tool to use to see delta values? Oh, like for if you just want to see the delta on the strike? Well, you just go look at the strike, right? So like say you're looking at July 15 135s, right? And then your delta is listed here, 0.49. You know, delta at the money is always like 0.5-ish. Delta slightly in the money, it goes up 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. And the further out of the money you get, the delta goes down. So, you know, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1. Crazy DMs, spicy 1 hour. Interesting. That's very curious. I wonder what happens when the calls are shed tonight. I wonder if that's going to cause a lower high on that. Maybe a weird thought, but would they have reason to continue not pushing GME down until after rebalancing so that's weighted higher post rebalance? IRC weight and XRT doesn't matter much. Sure. Yeah, I mean, it could benefit them to have more liquidity in those ETFs for GameStop. Should I buy back my 130cc? Is it cheap? Does it expire today? If it expires today, I absolutely would consider that. Can you explain the spice on the 1 hour? What? Give me 1 second. All right. How often are ETFs rebalanced? Once per quarter? Yeah, but also one big one every year. I think it'll all depend on call positioning after options OI updates today, David E. If an option expires out of the money, does it still count as a day trade if it was opened that day? I don't think buying back your option counts as a day trade. If you have a call that's out of the money that expires that day, that you open that day, then yeah, it would. Just like back then, we're all, huh? What did you discover? Nothing. Is this their way of crushing IV for the next 2 weeks? I mean, they're gonna try. Do you know where I find delta values on ATP? I think when you bring up the contract, you can choose for it to display the Greeks. Like you can choose which Greeks you want it to display when you're looking through the list of contracts. I'm not sure though. I haven't traded an option on ATP in a long time. So I don't know if they've made any significant changes. Should I buy 50k in BBBY or GME? That's up to you. I would say BBBY is more speculative, but has more potential upside. GameStop is more likely to see that upside. Or the full extent of its potential upside. Whereas, BBBY might, run up to like 25 and then go another quarter with nothing going on. BBY is a lot closer to its floor currently. Yeah, I agree. So it's less risky. But still more speculative on the value. Any wild predictions for BBY's upside? I mean, if they're able to clear their debt, their book value is quite a lot higher than the current price it's trading at. During OPEX, if you want to unload BBY, would you sell deep in the money calls? Probably. Like, if I could sell calls for a premium of my cost basis, I will. Remember when BBBY at 20 was a good price? Yep. They smashed it down hard. It was like rock solid at $20 for a while too. The support was super strong. When you open an options window in ATP, right click, hit settings, then add what column headers you want. There you go. That's how it works on most brokerages, is you just have to like turn on the Greeks. BBBY would probably make the Roaring Kitty shortlist for deep fucking value. I don't know if it would, actually. If they were actively attempting to clear their debt, maybe. I think if they follow through with Cohen's plan, it's easily a $30 or $40 stock. If they can do that without losing Bye Bye Baby as an asset, then it could be, 60 or 80. Turn on the Greeks. I mean, that's what you do, right? There's all the deep in the money calls on shift search the last 30 minutes. They've been doing that a lot during Power Hour. After CNS closes, they've been exercising a lot of deep in the money calls. You say you think BBY could hit 25 on this OPEX run? That's possible. I mean, the options chain to the upside looks really good. I mean, they can just be a volatility play. They could be the cheapest way to say I have leverage, right? I think more than anything, that's what they represent, is like those $80 calls are like, this is shares I could own, right? And it's the cheapest way to acquire those shares. Or that potential ownership. Contract for. Why can't BBBY spin off Bye Bye Baby as a dividend? But they could, potentially. That's kind of how that would work if they split it off into its own company, as shareholders of Bed Bath & Beyond would receive shares of the new company. Did you get rid of all your VXX calls? No. It's a dumb move to not exercise a call option that ends up weighing the money. If I just want cash, is it best to just exercise than sell shares versus just sell the contract? It's not dumb. I mean, when you exercise, you lose your like your extrinsic value, right? You lose all the extrinsic value and you only get the intrinsic value. If the option's going to expire, then it's kind of, most of that extrinsic value is gone. Jimmy has never taken a small dump like this before. It's weird, man. I mean, the price action on Jimmy has been weird for a few days. I mean, there's a lot of really odd things going on right now. Like, we're in the down cycle of an OPEX run, right? And we usually have a small rally and then fall off. This time we had quite a large rally. And then didn't really fall off, right? And the weirdest part about this is that usually only during the small rally here are longs in control of the chain, and it's very brief, right? And then usually the shorts immediately regain control of the options chain and bring us to a new low before the next OPEX run, right? The difference this time being longs gain control of the chain and they remain in control of the chain. So we're not, like, this is normally a period where we have a negative delta hedge. And longs are fighting back against the market maker. And right now, that's not the case at all. And what that leads to is us being very volatile to the upside. Even on small amounts of buy volume, we're seeing large, like, $10 upside moves. And this, this puts us, like, in a position where we're normally not at unless we're in the middle of an OPEX cycle, right? It's normally only during the OPEX cycle that we really get that positive hedge and maintain it as we cross up through, like, gamma max. And so it's usually only during this period where we have a lot of support from the market makers. And instead we have it now, kind of away from an OPEX period, which is, it's very odd. I agree. And with the out of the money puts being built up in the same fashion that they build them up when they're in control of the chain, the assumption is that they are going to take control of the chain, right? At some point, because they're not going to spend those hundreds of millions of dollars on those out of the money puts without taking advantage of them. But there's always the potential that they can't, right? That someone pushes them out of that position. And that could happen right now because the logs are in control of the chain. If they're in the control of the chain, it's very hard for the logs to come in and do that. And, you know, every time we see positive net delta on the day for the last several days, we see them drop in the money puts and short the price. And this is really the only shorting they're doing, is they're just trying to keep the delta from staying positive. Where do you see OPEX going this round, especially if they aren't dropping us into the double digits? I mean, that'll depend on call buyers. You know, call buyers determine our gamma max. So, you know, if we want to see gamma max climb up, people have to buy calls. Like, we need FOMO. Otherwise, right now, our fucking gamma max is at 150. Holy smokes, clip this. Sure. Were you gonna get calls today or Monday? I'm just waiting. I still have my October calls for transparency's sake. So I have 100s and 110s, 10 contracts of each, but not nearly the position I want for OPEX. This week closes our best bet for FOMO until we hear split confirmation, I think. I wonder if we don't start to bleed soon. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely possible. Curious that borrow rate isn't triggering more FOMO. I remember last cycle, Wall Street Bets talked about GME borrow rate has a lot as sort of a bat signal that another run was on the horizon. Not this time. I mean, I think it did, but I think a lot of that FOMO was realized last week. Are you any more or less bullish on June OPEX? Yeah, the same. Yeah, I'm not less or more bullish on it. I think if we retain control of the chain until June OPEX, that would be very interesting. I would find that extremely bullish. Because I don't know if that has happened since last January 2021. 49 more thumbs up for 1,000 likes. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help. Thank you. Really? That would scare me. I'd be thinking about Freg's Day. I don't think we had control of the chain moving into November. Not until like the end of the day, Friday. On the, what was it, November 17th or something like that? November 19th? It was, yeah, it was the 19th. Yeah. Is OPEX run considered the week of the 13th? No. It's the week after the 17th. So the 21st to 24th. Is the dip canceled or we're waiting till next week to find out? Yeah, we're waiting till next week because we need to see what happens with all the options interest that's in the money right now. Having volatility withdrawals, it's only been a few hours. So we're going to start dipping as predicted next week. Sod's Law and all that. Yeah. Just so I make sure I'm on top of things. Everybody thought we were headed down until that bull flag formed out of nowhere, right? Earlier today. Yeah, that initial run back up to VWAP kind of signaled our upside move earlier today. We were carrying a lot of gamma exposure in today, like $144 million worth. So I think we saw, you know, most of that covered on the run up, and we saw a lot of put selling occur, which, you know, causes more hedge to be shed. Max Payne's still 120. We're not even close. I think Max Payne this morning was like 115. It's not relevant. Max Payne just moves with the price. What matters is what gamma neutral moves to for this weekend's OI. Well, we know how much Gex is being carried into next Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, but we'll know later in the weekend when the OI updates. Normal time for Sunday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll let you guys know if I'm gonna open it up for like the public again. Also, what happens if RC announces a split next week, or the projected split on June 24th? I don't think they're going to announce a split at these prices. I really don't. I mean, they might, but it seems unlikely. I wonder if deep in the other money calls from other hedge funds looking to capitalize from this cycle. A lot of hedge funds are down on the year and desperate. With the bar rate this high, is blood in the water? Yeah, it could be. Another good reason to get XRT off reg show, right? I never doubted their ability to just get XRT off reg show. It was the question of why hadn't they? Why had they left it to run for so long, right? I mean, clearing FTDs in an ETF is very easy because it has infinite liquidity, right? So there's, you know, there's no liquidity issues there. And we had speculated before that they're putting XRT on the reg show threshold list, allowing it to go on the threshold list, was likely intentional in order to break up the significance of their FTD accumulation through that January period, which it does perfectly. So it's advantageous for them to put XRT on threshold. Because then instead of suddenly having like big piles of FTDs, right, that keep mounting into larger and larger piles, they're able to split one pile off from the rest, you know, and then they have like, these are their FTDs every day. And then they have another pile of FTDs due on a later cycle. So you have all the other ETFs, and then you have XRT due on separate dates because it's now on reg show. And it's on it's offset by 13 days. Ivy moved down pretty hard yesterday, but today's bump probably affected it. They've been crushing it pretty much into close now. Let me see what it's like at the money. Yeah, it's lower. I would say Ivy's down pretty hard from, 2 days ago. I know you guys cannot calculate the Gamma Max live because you get the day's data, right? But if you looked at changes to Gamma Max in the previous runs to try and create a way to estimate, yeah, actually, when they flip positions, which generally is a lot of exercising of deep in the money puts, we see a big spike in gamma neutral. Gamma neutral spike really hard when they start exercising those in the money puts because it adds like a shitload of negative delta to the chain, right? And that is usually the indicative of a turnaround the following day. It's just closing volatility. We got 5 minutes till close. Do you think RC or another long could use complicit broker to orchestrate getting XRT off? XRT on reg show? Off reg show? You'd want it off reg show so that the FTD cycles sync up. I've earned more money this week on CCs than I would have earned in 3 weeks of working. I would have never gotten into options if it wasn't for you. Thanks for everything. Thanks, dude. Probably just end of day settlement. Our options delta for today was pretty weird. Like, it was showing 125% of our, this is actually kind of crazy. 125.3% of our daily volume is options delta volume today. So I think we're going to see some volatility around close because that implies like a pretty great deal of internalization, right? They're internalizing like a ton of options delta because we're not seeing it print, right? It's pretty fucking accurate, Moon. I mean, it at least closely resembles the model they use to track intraday net delta. Because anytime this breaks positive delta, they immediately buy a whole shitload of in the money puts. Do you expect some volatility into close today? Yeah, because there's so if our net delta, I mean, they could carry the internalization over the weekend, but if the net delta volume implies 125% of our daily volume, right? Then that means, only 100% of our daily volume has hit the ticker or like hit the live exchange, which means that 25% of hedging is being internalized. Although we do kind of expect this a little bit, right? Because all the 0 DTEs are falling off today. So while they did cover some gamma exposure today, it's likely they didn't cover all of it. Does that make sense? Is that like a good way to explain that? I know it's kind of complex. It means that the options chain indicates more volume should have been traded today than was traded, implying that the market maker is taking on an internalization risk or is not appropriately delta hedging because it's advantageous for them.
Got it? Okay, cool. So they internalize risk to keep stuff out of the money so they can keep the risk and gamble that they can keep it out of the money. Yeah. Kind of bullish, yeah. Not necessarily, though. It's more on the market maker side. We don't know exactly what they're trying to keep out of the money and like where the benefit for them lies in that, but there is a benefit to it. And that, you know, they get to make 25% on today's options if they don't have to hedge them. For a shill, you're spot on. Guh. Okay, cool. Thanks, Anthony. That's cool. You don't have to do options. No one's trying to force it on anyone. I know it's the focus here, but... Are there regulatory limits on internalization? Nope. You just fucking internalize until your heart's content, as much as you can afford to internalize. Virtue and Citadel internalized billions in order flow last January. They have no problem with it. They have an obscene amount of available margin. That's why they're allowed to be DMMs for the NYSE. They can handle very, very, very volatile situations. And I understand that everyone like thinks of that as evil, but there is a purpose to it. And it's not the unfair realization of price, it's to prevent excessive volatility. So, you know, again, something granted to them to create a fairer market being abused to create a more unfair one. Some DJ bought 10,000, 0 DTE, 130 Cs 4 minutes before close. Are you sure they weren't sold? It could have been like naked puts. Just capitalize on the market maker buying them. I've done that before, like shortly before close. I used to do that a lot, actually. I used to sell a shitload of naked puts on GameStop like every Friday. What's the source of your VWAP? It's just VWAP 14 from Open. Could you please explain when internalizing they use MM exception to print synthetics, which doesn't... Oh, no. They just internalize the order flow, which doesn't print on tape. They don't need to use a synthetic to do that. The synthetics are used for, usually for hedging. But no, they simply just don't print the order to the tape, right? They satisfy the order with synthetics on the back end, but they don't print it to the lit exchange. So they're just paying like cash essentially to satisfy the order, and then they choose when to print the order. They choose when to push out that internalization. I am currently both long and short. I still have GME basically in a straddle. I'm playing the outer edges of the volatility with like near dated expiration calls like I did today. Like I bought some out of the money calls when it started to run to, you know, capitalize on the downside loss for the price going up. And but I right now I have October 100 and 110, and I have June, these are calls, and I have June 17 125 and 120 puts. I haven't gotten rid of these or taken profit because I bought them when we were at like $95. So they're up a lot. And so I haven't like gotten, I don't want to get rid of them because they're protecting my upside if something crazy happens. Even though I could have obviously sold them for more than they're worth now. What's your cost basis on the October calls? I'm not sure. I don't have the brokerage open right now. I don't think they were very expensive. I know what data I bought them on, I could tell you. Hold on. I think I bought them at like 27. 27.50. You know, I'll just check. Hold on. I'm just buying a couple EPAM shares. Sorry. Okay. So 27.83 is the cost basis for the 100s. 23.61 for the 110s. Is there a logical explanation for odd candles on SPY and after hours? Especially on Friday, it can be the exercising of options, right? And also the net settlement from the day. I don't know if we're going to drop this week or not. The longs may retain control of the chain. The downside to 100 is possible if the longs lose control of the chain. It's very much going to be tied to that very specific data point. So if the longs are unable to retain control of the chain and it starts to slip and we fall back below gamma neutral and delta neutral and we hit that downside ramp, all couple $100 million of it, we are gonna likely go down to 100, maybe lower. Vega neutral is rising, so our lowest possible low is now a little higher. But if longs retain control of the chain, then we will continue to have that potential for violent upside moves. So selling covered calls right now is extremely risky. I can't emphasize how risky it is. It's very dangerous. Especially with kind of odd liquidity issues with GameStop right now. The incentive to exercise those calls is high. So I want to be really clear on this because I don't think I was clear enough about it last Wednesday. Covered calls, very dangerous right now. Until longs lose control of the options chain, those calls can, if any sold covered calls, even 0.2 delta, are at a high risk of going into the money. If you cannot afford to buy them back, you will likely be assigned. One more time. It's not necessarily that they're hunting them, but the risk to the upside, like the risk of closing to the upside is very high. The first indication of longs losing control of the chain will be us either slipping below gamma neutral or below the put call flip. The put call flip is a volumetric indicator. It indicates when more puts are in the money than calls, or vice versa, depending on which way the price action's going. Sometimes that's below gamma neutral, sometimes it's above it. But right now on the chain, it looks like that will be the first indicator. Obviously the chain is going to update today. And we'll know more Monday morning. .07 delta CC safe? No. CCs are unsafe right now. Sell CSPs. Well, yeah. Unless we start to fall towards gamma neutral, in which case those become risky as well. Think of all the shit the market makers are going through right now, and imagine trying to handle that yourself, because that's kind of the position you're taking on when you're selling derivatives. We hit the put call flip this morning, and they still drove the stock back up, though. Is that expected? That could have been hedging. Like, they started hedging once we hit the put call flip. I don't even think we hit it this morning, did we? No, we didn't hit it this morning. It's down at like 114. It's much lower. I think we might have hit it yesterday. Yeah, we hit it yesterday, almost. It's at like, I think it's at 114.50. So we almost hit it yesterday. And we didn't, I don't think we came anywhere near it today. Trading is risky, Girk. I mean, yeah, it is. Going to CPI release Wednesday. CPI could be, it could hurt. It depends. I think there's a lot of expectations right now of inflation decreasing, and I think we may see a lowering in the increase of inflation, but I don't think we're going to see a decrease in inflation. Your daily DD says 120.58. Oh, okay, maybe it was 120.58 today. I can double check. Make sure I didn't copy and paste the wrong day. Okay, I'm sorry, yeah. Put call OI reversal today, 120.58. My mistake. But we still didn't cross it. I'm just discussing stuff. A lot of questions. It's a confusing week. So as much clarity as I can offer going into the weekend will help weekend drama be, you know, less. Is there a possibility for a real recession? I guess is your question. Yeah, oh, very much. We're very likely going to enter a recession with the next GDP update. Where do you suggest one goes to learn more quickly? Is there a book you recommend? Yes, Options is a Strategic Investment by Macmillan. Random. Yeah, no problem, man. Where's Gamma Neutral currently? Gamma Neutral currently, this JFresh's smooth estimate has us around like 101, I believe. The raw estimate somewhere around like 130. But I'm not sure if JFresh is working on the previous day's OI right now because he's not around. So he may be working off the older OI. Thanks, Glider. I appreciate it, man. Congrats on the new clinic. What's the next GDP update? I think it comes in July. How do you think it affects our efforts? I mean, a recession's not good for any equities. Gainy, thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, man. Do you ever suggest an order to read them in? Tackle whatever you find most interesting first. I would say that you should read Securities Analysis and Intelligent Investor before moving on to technical analysis and options. But, they all have fairly good introductory pieces. So I think that depends on your current level of understanding, which, you'll know pretty quick as soon as you dive into any one of the 4 books. It's as long as LOTR. It's very dense, too. Exhortations for upside during OPEX. No idea yet. We'll have to look at the options chain and analyze it as we approach. Currently, Gamma Max is at 150, so, that's kind of the conservative upper limit on price. I don't know why I'm still here. Yeah, I'll see you guys all later. Thank you so much. Don't forget, members only stream 12:30 p.m. Sunday. I'm not sure if I'm going to open it up yet or not. I think all the GameStop stuff is being kind of covered right now. If I have new data by then, maybe I will. But we'll see. I'll let everyone know in the Discord one way or the other. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.